보세요. 오빠, 아우나 피팅은 뭘? Well, then, like I'm outside has a monkey position. Look, not my. You what? Oh, really? But, yeah. Ayan, do my turn. The choice is right. Why is it me this early? I'm trying to see if mine is inclined. Fine. Damn. Yeah. Try this. This thing takes some time, okay? Bacteria. 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 Let's try 57. Let's try 57. Peace. Delete. Ooh. heal tattoos. Sometimes it's clear, sometimes not. Window. I just couldn't make up that message. It is. Is that materials? Market calculate. Try to trade like antibiotics. My chain electric has pushed for some reason. The light. It doesn't want much steam, I know. They are changed there. Yummy no food. Okay, let me try this. 하나면 I think I won now. Good. Peppa. We carry the truth. We capturing both. 재생체인 tiểu vâng vâng đã cùng cùng thu mà 그래 뭔가 그동안 그자도 땡땡이를 남수 맹뜨 I do so like that. What? 大帅，那大胖。 wanna try talking like this, you too. Now everyone. Yeah, like me is a little different. I'm can find exactly leave my voice all the way. The thing with this one though, why I tried the tire, why I tried it. I'm there, we should keep count. Why I tried to like boot up this computer today, and I was speaking, it wasn't coming out of the microphone, it was coming out of the speakers. So I'm like, probably just try this reboot the computer. And then there reboot the computer. And then it works now. What the button was there. But yeah, we are using the new computer now. がねえback. No, I am the computer, so I'm a bit everyone. I don't know why it's like that. I'm trying to figure it out. Like, Yoshidra. Then, Izapu, we'd like to see Yoshi different. No. I don't know. Oh well, this computer is just working out. And on this brand. You mind when I'm okay, I'm just wondering it's this new laptop's better than the other one? I don't know how I feel about it. Sometimes it cuts my voice. Would you like to try a video? Are you set to focus on video right now? Sometimes. Are you ready to find it out? No. I don't know how it will work out. I may not appear, but we can try it. No, I'm not. No. Okay. Now. Oh. Good. That's it, we're not bad. Well, we explained totally. That's some way why I can sort remember. Why it's worth trying to sort anyways. Why am I so chunky like this? Wow. I saw this video the other day. I'm like, maybe they really don't know the full situation was like in the past. I don't know. Ryan watch this for see what's worse and let's see what it says. I actually put him here.
Then, people could buy a home and weren't being forced to finance their burritos thanks to a cost of living crisis, right? Except that, actually, throughout the 1980s, home ownership rates were lower, interest rates were higher, and inflation was even worse. By almost every conceivable
I never tried to be on this completely flat. And I expect to be that long.
Achievable economic metric, the 1980s were worse than today. Life expectancy, human development, median incomes, and household wealth were all lower. And at the same time, unemployment, interest rates, and poverty were all higher. Now, you might say that at least back then, people could buy a home and weren't being forced to finance their burritos thanks to a cost of living crisis, right? Except that, actually, throughout the 1980s, home ownership rates were lower, interest rates were higher, and inflation was even worse. For the people who did buy a home,
I'm surprised these compared to the 1980s. I would think you would do like 1960s or 1970s. But if you're doing 1960s, that might be more for the silent generation, son.
home, more than half of the average household income went to mortgage repayments alone, significantly higher than the 33% average today. The households themselves were also significantly smaller and accommodated more people on average. And it's also not like it was all because people were living off a single breadwinner either. By the end of the 1980s, it was actually even less likely to have a stay-at-home partner than it is today. This is to say nothing of the modern conveniences, comforts, and customs that have made our lives a lot more cushy. But despite what the numbers might say, the late 80s and early 90s are often seen as the last time the system was working for the people. It was when the boomers fully entered the workforce and built the foundation that made them the wealthiest generation in history. In fact, even the majority of you guys watching, a group of people who willingly subscribe to look at depressing charts every week, still said you would prefer to live back then. Which raises the question, are we just nostalgic for an economy that never really existed? Or has something else changed that's made all of these macroeconomic numbers comparatively irrelevant?
Ricky Starr is a welder, now laid off for the third time after earnings of £200 a week.
Inflation report, most major banks raised their prime lending rate to 17.75% for corporate borrowers.
What am I going to do now? Because that put me so far behind in my bills. There was no way I could even try to keep my head above water.
I always grew up thinking about the stereotypical American dream where you own a house and you have a yard to play in, and I think that dream is dying.
So there are really three big, easily measurable areas where the modern day beats out the 1980s and three slightly more subtle but potentially more important areas where the 1980s win. Each one of these comes with some nuance and challenges to our assumptions that statistically mean you are probably not going to like about 50% of what I have to say for the rest of the video. Between 1980 and 1982, America had one of its worst recessions ever. It was arguably the worst downturn at that point since the Great Depression and was only really rivaled again in 2008 with the global financial crisis. So, to be fair, when people are talking about the good times in the 1980s, they are talking about the later half of the decade. Likewise, the practical and fiscal reactions to COVID in the early 2020s made every economic metric look like this. To keep the comparison as equal as possible, it makes sense to compare the financial realities faced by someone living in 1985 to the same kind of person living in 2025. The first thing you need to consider is how much weight you put into the data versus the anecdotes. If we were just comparing the economic stats of the 1980s to the 2020s like it was some kind of RPG, then the 2020
This reminds me that Wally, while he saw the little bar like this, it reminded me of Mario Kart actually. No, not RPG, but I'm pretty sure Mario Kart displays the speed and stuff exactly like this. Actually, we can test that right now. You know what I mean? What the frick? That's Mario Kart! It's right there! You picked the same distinguishable. Forget about RPGs, it's Mario Kart. He's looking at stuff like Mario Kart. Let's see if we can get stats like baby character.
comparing the economic stats of the 1980s to the 2020s like it was some kind of RPG, then the 2020s are going to win almost every time.
That's more hate than the baby character and more spoon. It's OP. Those are OP stats. I should let's see. Let's see. Something like this, maybe?
This kind of analogy might sound goofy, but it does really help clarify the differences between then and now, so keep it in mind for later. The median real wage is simply 20% higher today than it was back in 1985. Now, you might say, sure, but after inflation and rising inequality, that doesn't mean much, right? Except that median isn't skewed by a few ultra-high income earners like an average would be, and real earnings means that this is already accounting for inflation. So the middle-of-the-road Americans are 20% better off today than they were 40 years ago. Except that doesn't feel right, does it? This is actually one of the biggest challenges we have when assessing if we are moving in the right direction. A major critique of modern economics is that it has developed an almost psychopathic obsession with mathematical modeling to a point where the actual human experience is dismissed as people simply not understanding how good they have it. The point here, though, is that when comparing our progress, achieving good metrics is not necessarily the same as achieving genuinely good outcomes. I could get my Civic to rev higher than a Formula One car by manually shifting it into first gear on the highway, but that doesn't mean I've turned it into a high-performance automobile. Likewise, when a metric like unemployment or real wages becomes a closely measured goal, they cease to become a useful measure because sacrifices get made elsewhere to make them look good at all costs. This vibes versus data is especially hard when assessing the experience of someone living in the 1980s because we generally remember history through rose-tinted glasses. And that is even harder still when statistically, half of you watching weren't even alive back then. An article published in Nature detailed how people overwhelmingly assume that society is in a state of decline even when the data suggests the opposite. So, on one hand, we need to look beyond the data and consider the tangible human experience. But on the other hand, we need to account for the fact that humans are inherently unreliable. This cluster of contradictions would be comical if only it weren't so genuinely important. This kind of thinking is affecting a lot of big and not particularly good policy decisions today. And that becomes most clear in the
This is why it's important to have nuance in general when talking to people, because you might be overlooking something. It's quite interesting. There's arguments being made that things are better now.
categories that the 1980s should win in a landslide: housing, jobs, and who bears the consequences when things go wrong. So it's time to learn how money works to find out if the boomers really did have it easier back in their day, or if there is something else we are missing. This week's video is sponsored by Vanta. Customer trust becomes more and more important as your business grows. And with regulations evolving faster than ever, driven by new technologies, emerging threats, and global market demands, staying compliant is increasingly complex and time-consuming for organizations. That is where Vanta comes on the clock and gives you one confident trusting. Get a special offer of $1,000 off Vanta by using the QR code on screen or clicking the link in the description. Okay, so potentially the defining issue of today's youth is that nobody can afford to buy a home, and this should clearly be a win for the 1980s. One of the most common arguments you have probably heard is that sure, adults entering the workforce back then may not have had 55-inch TVs that cost less than an Uber Eats delivery, or Uber Eats deliveries, or smartphones. But they had one thing that was more important than all of that combined. They could buy a home of their own, right? Well, the only problem is that the home ownership rate in the 1980s was actually lower than it is today. It wasn't actually until the mid-1990s that people started owning their homes at a higher rate than today. And as a little hint, that last spike peaked right before the subprime mortgage crisis. So then, what is actually happening here? Homes in 1985 were undeniably cheaper than homes today, but the gap isn't as huge as you might expect. According to data from the Fed, the average house price to median family income was around 3.08 times in 1985. This means it would take 3 years and 1 month of income to pay for the average family home. Today, according to the same data sets, it's just under 4 times. So yes, prices have risen relative to household incomes, but it's not radically different. This is also far from the whole story. The boomers will be quick to point out that they paid far higher interest rates in this period as well. And you know what? They kind of have a point. even though their homes were cheaper. If you were to take out an average loan for the median house on a median income in 1985, you would be paying roughly 31% of your income in repayments. Today, that number would be around 24% based on the same. Take out an average loan.
This is the other thing. People do look, they had an insane spike of like inflation and interest rates in the 1980s. And this would actually influence a home because of how much you have to pay in the loan, to interest. Which one that run talk on these issues, I don't normally have someone consider that an interest payment cost itself.
For the median house on a median income in 1985, you would be paying roughly 31% of your income in repayments. Today, that number would be around 24% based on the same assumptions. It's also not like the financialization of houses is a new thing today either. Even back then, most people were told the same general message about their family home being the bedrock of their financial lives. So what actually has changed are the barriers to entry. Family homes were an asset, but they were a store of value asset, rather than a speculative asset that would double in value every 10 years. For the latter half of the 20th century, the Case-Shiller Home Price Index roughly tracked the Consumer Price Index, which in plain English just meant that home prices stayed in line with inflation. For a lot of people who had just lived through some of the worst inflation in the country's history, this was still a very desirable quality. It was a hard asset that you could put money into that would retain its value over time. Now, you might be thinking that people could have just invested in the stock market, but at this time, participation in investment markets like this was far lower than it is today, for reasons that we will get into soon. As far as housing goes, though, the fact that it just kept up with inflation meant that for a lot of buyers, there wasn't the same urgency to get into a house or else. If it took you 10 years to save for a house, the relative price would still be much the same, and the higher interest rates would actually help you with that saving. Today, by comparison, a lot of first-time home buyers have the anxiety that if they can't buy a house as soon as possible, prices will rise faster than inflation in their incomes, and they may eventually be permanently priced out of their area. Even though home ownership rates were technically slightly lower, buying a home wasn't such an existential challenge. I hate to keep bringing it up, but this is where the vibes versus data really matters. With the benefit of hindsight, we know that people who bought houses back here got an asset that appreciated at twice the rate of inflation. Had we all been living back then knowing what we know now, then of course we would have dived into the housing market head first. But in doing that, we would have caused the same problems. 2 decades of low interest rates have also clearly distorted this market. The divergence in home prices from underlying inflation really began when we decided that cheap debt would solve all of our problems. Which brings us along to perhaps one of the least obvious things that the 1980s had going for them, which was getting a loan for everything else. It's no secret today that you can finance just about anything. Home loans may have lower interest rates, but car loans, personal loans, credit cards, HELOCs, wage advances, buy now pay later, and reverse mortgages have all been offered up to the consumer in record numbers. Credit cards did exist back in the 1980s, but limits were strict, repayments were closely monitored, and the number of people they were actually given to was a lot more exclusive. The total amount of revolving consumer debt is far higher today than it was back then, and repayments are equally taking up a far higher percentage of household budgets, even if you don't personally have any debt outside of something like
weekly rapids without ignoring it. Like she would talk about to your credit card. That was very easy. I mean, like I had my first credit card when I was like 15 or something, and for her was a lot there. Okay, I'm not sure if that came clearly. So I was trying to say this. But I have a personal experience about this. Like my mom, would talk about how hers prior to the fiber. relatively speaking, it's a lot easier for me to get home.
Like your mortgage, you're still paying the price for this explosion in consumer credit. The reason that something like cars have been able to get so expensive even after accounting for improved features is because it's easier to finance them over longer terms with looser conditions. This has also allowed automakers to fatten up their margins because dealers assume that they will make their profit in the financing of the vehicle, not in the unit margins themselves. This means that if you want to pay all cash for a basic commuter vehicle, it's going to be much harder and more expensive today than it was back in the 1980s. Now, this has hit cars and housing, but the most serious categories require a category of their own. To go back to our little anecdote about role-playing in a video game, the 1980s were kind of like the tutorial levels. Sure, you don't have access to as many outright resources, and you can't use all of the tools in the game yet, but you also can't hurt yourself with those same tools. If you play absolutely perfectly, it is theoretically better to be playing in the endgame. But if you don't know exactly what to do with everything coming at you, then one slip-up will have much greater consequences. And like all fair and balanced video games, sometimes you can play perfectly and still fail. So that brings us on to getting an education and getting sick. College degrees became easier for people to finance and simultaneously harder to discharge through bankruptcy. Just like cars in the last few years, this made tuition far more expensive over time, because there was no real demand constraint from young people who could borrow everything they needed to attend what they were told was their ticket to a middle-class life. Likewise, medical costs have been allowed to massively outpace inflation thanks to bureaucracy, insurance, and financialization. And this data is only from 2000 onwards. Now, both of these topics need a video of their own, but they are ultimately the result of a different change. According to data from the Fed, in 1985, the financial industry represented about 4.5% of total economic activity. Today, it is approaching 8%, which may not seem like a lot, but that means it has almost doubled in relative size at the same time as things like technology have also emerged as major industries. From a top-down perspective, the financial sector does play an important role in the economy by redistributing risk and capital to where it's needed, but the only way that it can double its effect.
I keep up with all this for so long. Try shops here. It is definitely interesting, man. Though with this, I think it might be a little complicated for me to go into everything on the spot. But basically, we're trying to explain all the nuances of everything, of every aspect, like at the cost of taking out loans, how many loans were available, and how many people are using loans. Since more people are using these loans, that makes a demand for them, which increases the price of them. What do you think about all this? But yeah, I definitely have to give up eyes there and think about it, because that's a lot of different data shown all the time. And it's like, all this talking data, what's going on? Hey. A lot of people post in this. I'm too possible. But it's like, it's basically a picture of showing correlation of like, government regulation, increasing the cost and stuff. And it's like, I don't know if that's the full story because buying stuff that goes down, like the technology stuff, what makes it sound because it's easier to manufacture and it gets outpaced by newer technology, like TVs. Damn it. Is that why I took it as a tablet? You guys allow it? Unless a couple bucks on me. I guess not too bad so far, yeah. Anyways, so I think she has a lot of really good points. There's definitely a lot more nuances. So, the thing I don't like about this chart or that argument is because the stuff that goes down the most is technology, and the thing with technology is stuff gets cheaper because newer stuff comes out, and that newer stuff drives the prices of even newer stuff because people are demanding the newer stuff and people don't care about using the old technology as much. And so to us, this technology cycle is less about its government regulator or not, and more like just how technology works. While they like to put hospital, medical, and education learned kind of regulations, and then it's like, yeah, the reason why hospital and medical goes up so much is because lack of regulation in a specific area on that, and that's letting insurance companies control everything with like the doctors will charge you $10,000 to use the toilet or whatever. Yeah, it's ridiculous. So, it's basically my point is that they'll overcharge you for things because the insurance will pay for it. Oh, you said on this $10,000 toilet and the insurance will pay us $10,000? Okay. You gotta pay $20 for that. But then you get some without insurance. They're like, I ain't paying no $10,000 to send toilet. I'm filed for bankruptcy. And that bankruptcy stuff, like having someone else pay for it, increases the cost to other people because the other people have to cover that cost that you defaulted on. So, blame it totally on government regulation? I don't totally agree with that. That's why I don't like this specific chart.
Now, both of these topics need a video of their own, but they are ultimately the result of a different change. According to data from the Fed, in 1985, the financial industry represented about 4.5% of total economic activity. Today, it is approaching 8%, which may not seem like a lot, but that means it has almost doubled in relative size at the same time as things like technology have also emerged as major industries. From a top-down perspective, the financial sector does play an important role in the economy by redistributing risk and capital to where it's needed. But the only way that it can double its effective slice of the pie is by ultimately issuing more insurance contracts in debt. Rana Foroohar, a veteran business journalist, published a book on this called Makers and Takers that essentially made the argument that as the financial industry grows too large, as it has done in America and most major economies, it goes from a system that facilitates activity to a clot in the system that just harvests wealth. She has also done a number of really good interviews here on YouTube, so I will leave a link to that in her book in the description below like always. Now, speaking of YouTube, as someone who makes his living doing a job that didn't even exist 20 years ago, the march of technology is clearly in favor of the modern day. But when viewed purely through the lens of our financial lives, it has come with some trade-offs. Being constantly connected has created the expectation that people are always available if something comes up at work. Individually, a lot of technologies are specifically tailored to extract as much value out of you as possible, whether that be in the form of more targeted advertising or just more time doom scrolling. We can use these technologies in amazing ways, but they are also another dangerous tool that can do a lot of harm if we are not really careful with them. Now, this is all to do with how we spend our money, but perhaps the most nuanced change has come from how we earn it. Median incomes are higher today, but one of the biggest reasons why it doesn't feel like that is because the way we make those incomes has become far less secure and dignified. Job tenure has been noticeably declining since the 1980s. The share of workers with more than 10 years with a single employer has fallen across all age groups. The reason for this is because both companies and workers have fewer forces holding them together. Labor unions were significantly weakened in the 80s, which means employee-employer relationships became more one-on-one and ultimately more a game of who can get the most out of who until a better offer comes along. At the same time, auxiliary benefits like corporate pension programs became significantly less common, with most of the burden of retirement planning offloaded onto either the government or the individual employee themselves through market-based retirement accounts. Again, if you navigate these systems perfectly with strong financial literacy and discipline,
I think a better way of handling our social security would be encouraging individual retirement account like Australia does. But when we looked at a video last week about the insolvency date, basically after that date, some years ago, it's the workers that are currently working are discovering how the retired directly. There's no longer savings buffer. It's basically paycheck to paycheck at that point. Now, when that does when that does right in solving, maybe we can push that concept then, switching to individual. I don't know. It's hard to switch over because somebody is gonna be pulling the bag, so to speak. Someone's not want to pay to switch over systems, so they have to picture that gap to actually the time lag it requires to switch over to the system. Different systems. Yeah.
then sure, you can build more tangible wealth with modern individual retirement accounts. But the risk is all on you. By the numbers alone, you are statistically better off today. There has never been a time when it's with modern individual retirement accounts. But the risk is all on you. By the numbers alone, you are statistically better.
Uh-oh! We got the Medicare virus again. He's playing Medicare. We gotta do the drifting.
Off today. There has never been a time when it's easier to make a lot of money very quickly. But it has also never been easier to be financially smushed by any number of dangerous financial tools that have become commonplace in our economy. Generationally, the boomers didn't necessarily have it any better. But what they did have was the ability to start out in the safe, easy zone to build up a foundation and then retire into the endgame. A lot of people starting out today are doing it the other way around. But go and watch this video next to find out if that will all change when the boomers eventually die. And don't forget to like and subscribe to keep on learning how money works.
boomer bust. The boomer bust. Yeah, bust those boomers.
The baby boomers have become the wealthiest and most influential generation in history. Even today, in their twilight years,
boomer
they
bust
hold
is
over
over.
50%
Now
of the
let's-
nation's wealth, despite only making up 20% of the population. They are also clinging on to power longer than anybody else has before, turning everything from local city councils to the Senate into glorified retirement villages. It was a unique combination of circumstances and conditions that allowed the baby boomers to get this wealthy and hold on to that wealth for so long. But the one condition that they can't influence is that they are all dying. The youngest baby boomers are now 62 years old, which means on average, this generation is now straddling America's life expectancy. Now, as grim as it sounds, a lot of people are almost excited about this, because it means for the first time in decades, everybody else will get a share of some of that wealth and influence. Unfortunately, the rise and fall of the baby boomers is not going to be quite that simple, and realistically, this great transfer might end up making a lot of these intergenerational inequities.
My boomers, people living longer, that strains the Social Security. The Social Security system was actually not designed to it didn't expect this, the current modern state basically, like how many people are living longer. That's why they're extending the retirement age and increasing it, because the system was just never designed for it. They're like, there's no way people are average living 70 years old. And now we're at like, yeah, it's very tough to live until you're 70 plus years old, now what? Where milks, cushion is poof. It went boom with the boomerangs. That's how you call them boomerangs. It went boom.
Even worse.
There's uncertainty surrounding how much wealth baby boomers will be able to hand down to the next generation. Cost of assisted living and medical expenses can significantly deplete the nest egg that boomers have prepared.
Baby boomers and empty nesters are staying put in their big family homes because of a lack of incentives to downsize.
This generational transfer of wealth is coming as baby boomers move out of the workforce and millennials move in.
More than 4 million baby boomers will hit 80 in the next 5 years, and occupancy at senior living communities is hitting new highs.
Biden would be 86 by the end of a second four-year term, while Trump by 2028 would be 82.
But should age be an automatic disqualifier in politics or any other field?
The average age of a public company CEO is now 58 years.
Buzz like, talk about options. I'm like, yeah, I'm some options. Let's have this all your phone. You can booby trap him. When they pull out the ground, I'll let him loads. He's very demanding, isn't he? The bud is the bear isn't on. What? But I don't realize I can. Yes. And please stand by. You took too long, so yeah, man. No, yeah, see them. They're in the void. The ghost. Like I said, as soon as they pull up to the ground, you have a trigger a landmine and explode. You don't like my idea? You know what I said? I said, as soon as they pull out of the ground, it triggers the landmine and explodes. They were able to steal it down. You mean you up on Morty all night because you worry about pool? God, I'm on my... My mom worries about the stupidest crap. Hey, I'm surprised they actually picked up on me. I was like whispering. That's cool. But yeah, since they did pick that up, now you know I'm frustrated. And I'm just waiting for her to stop talking so I can actually hear the video. Oh, Bunny's on the loose. He's in loose. Yeah, I know it does cut out. I'm trying to figure out why it does that on this computer. It doesn't do another one. I don't know if there's some kind of study I'm overlooking or what. Oh, but my mom came in and she's over talking Theo, so I passed it so I can hear it. I think that came through. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna play this now.
Years old. The average director is 63. The average member of Congress is over 60. And the only reason the incoming Senate isn't the oldest ever elected is because so many of its members are dying in power, pulling down the calculation. If Donald Trump serves his entire term, he will be the oldest president in history, after replacing the oldest president in history. We are not alone. The leaders of the two most populous countries in the world, India and China, are also 74 and 71 respectively. The average person living in the world today is on average ruled over by someone 40 years older than them, and it all happened because of a few small demographic changes. So how the fuck did old people take over the world?
Ladies and gentlemen, President Putin. President Putin. You can beat President Putin.
They say a wall is medieval. Well, so is a wheel. A wheel is older than a wall.
And a string of...
Utilities being treated fairly. Charlie? Charlie, I'm so used to that.
Just say aye. Okay, just... Aye.
Up until 2020, baby boomers were the largest generation in America by a significant margin. And as they moved through their lives, they became a significant and highly politically active voting bloc that could almost single-handedly dictate the policies of the government. When they were young, they could vote for free education and strong social support. When they started entering the workforce, they voted for worker protections, affordable housing, and policies to help raise children. When they got a little bit further in their careers, they owned their homes, they wanted lower taxes, good investment returns, and retirement opportunities. The inconvenient side effect was that meant worker protections, free education, and affordable housing became less of a priority for everybody else that came after them. David Willits, who is currently a member of the British House of Lords, first popularized this idea in his book, The Pinch: How Baby Boomers Took Their Children's Fortune. Willits is a politician, demographer, and a baby boomer himself, so his book is definitely worth checking out, so I will leave a link to it in the description. But the thing is, the baby boom wasn't enough to get us to where we are today all by itself. Human populations have boomed and bust throughout our entire history. Plagues, wars, famines, and natural disasters have made some generations bigger than others for thousands of years, and never before has so much power been held in the hands of the elderly. In the past, being part of a large generational cohort would actually be a disadvantage because if you had more peers, that means more competition for resources and jobs. So there is something more going on here. Baby boomers and the silent generation were the largest cohort of their time period. But that time period just so happened to be the most intense period of wealth creation in human history. After the Second World War, widespread industrialization, the automation of domestic chores, women entering the workforce, the adoption of global trade, and modern finance made global, and more specifically,
I thought your car opens on Thursday. Yeah. Harry? I swear my mom wears out the stupid stuff. What's the matter? Why can't you stay up? You know, big phones. Good. I'm brave. It's kind of weird. So, I read in the silent generation boomers since my parents is selling both by boom. It's like, yeah, there's a personal connection there. I am the product of what he's talking about. And my mom's like, I'm just weighing my options. I'm like, can I sell these options? Can I sell these options? I won't sell these options. Let me sell them. Let me sell action. I sell loud action.
American productivity go fucking parabolic. The world is hundreds of times wealthier today than it was in the 1950s, and baby boomers have been able to capitalize on that for their entire lives with their heavy sway on politics. Having policy tailor-made to suit their needs in their specific stage of life during the largest creation of wealth ever allowed baby boomers to amass the largest generational fortune in history. And as they have grown older, that wealth has allowed them to turn that wealth into even more influence. But eventually, that power will be lost, making way for the next generation in line. Even if they won't give up their seats willingly, there is always the inevitability of death to even the playing field, right? Well, it's time to learn how money works to find out why the world is suddenly run by old people, and why it's probably never going to get any better. This week's video is sponsored by Built, and if you were paying rent every month without earning anything back, this is for you. Built is a loyalty program for renters that lets you earn points on your monthly rent payments no matter where you live. Those points can be redeemed for travel with major airline and hotel partners, Lyft rides, Amazon.com purchases, fitness classes, even member-only experiences, and more. And joining is free, which makes earning on rent feel a lot more satisfying. Sign up through the link in my description or use the QR code on screen, and make sure you use my URL so they know I sent you. Apple, Microsoft, Google, Sun Microsystems, the Java programming language, and the internet itself all have one thing in common. They are some of the biggest technology companies or systems in the world, sure, but they were all founded, created, or managed by people born in the year 1955. Now, to be fair, Eric Schmidt didn't technically found Google, but he probably had just as big of a role into turning it into what it is today as Larry and Sergey, and he has made billions of dollars in the process. If you want to be president, you should go back a little bit further. 3 of the 5 living presidents were born within 6 months of one another in the year 1946. Now, with such a small sample size and a healthy mix of selection bias, coincidences like this do happen. But people like Malcolm Gladwell have pointed out that this statistical anomaly demonstrates the power of being born in the right time. His book Outliers is one we have referenced on the channel before, and is also definitely worth a read because it provides a lot of insights into how a small bit of luck can cause fundamental differences in outcomes. For boomers, it was a perfect combination of being exposed to new technologies that would go on to change the world and create some of the most valuable businesses in history, and not having that much competition yet. This wasn't just true for founding tech companies and ruling the free world either. Being born in the right place at the right time has helped the oldest people in the world today build up wealth in smaller but arguably more important ways as well. The most obvious factor is housing. Homes in America have never been more unaffordable compared to household incomes, and older generations that have had decades to build up equity in their home, or maybe even some investment properties, are benefiting from this home price appreciation instead of being crushed by it. Even accounting for the higher interest rates older generations paid on their mortgages, their home ownership rate was much higher than the generations that came after them because the barriers to entry for home ownership were much lower. Today, the gerontocracy is also working to secure that advantage in a slightly less obvious way. According to public records collected by Zippia, the average age of a city council member in America
It's kinda weird. It's a little contradictory to... It's a little contradictory from the last video. Because the last video explained how but to be fair, he was commenting specifically in the 1980s where the interest rates were high, not the full years baby boomers accumulate housing. And even in the last video, he spoke about the perfect time to buy a house was just after those fell in the late 1980s and early 1990s.
Is 52 years old. Now, that's not quite Congress numbers just yet. But remember that city council is often seen as the first step in a political career. So for every 20-something hotshot, there is a real-life Councilman Milton.
Councilman Milton was first elected as a city councilor in 1948 as a member of the Dixiecrat Party. Their platform, deintegrate baseball.
City councils don't pull the levers of global power like Congress does. But your local elected representatives probably have more influence over your life than the big dogs in Washington. In most municipalities across the country, they influence schooling, local amenities, and most importantly, zoning. These people have the power to radically influence home prices in their cities by allowing for higher density housing or by opening up new areas for development. But across the country, they choose not to. Now, even if the people sitting on these councils are spring chickens compared to other areas of government, the people actually engaged with them are not. According to the National Civic League, only 15 to 27% of Americans vote in local elections. And of those who do, elderly homeowners are massively overrepresented. According to the same report, those 65 and above are 7 times more likely to vote in local elections than voters aged 18 to 34. Even local politicians need to listen to their voters. Demographically, based on the people who watch these videos, almost none of you would know who sits on your city council, or even what their policies are, which is a shame because they wield an incredible amount of power, and they are where average people have the best chance at making a real difference. If you have genuinely ever been to a city council meeting or even voted in a local election, comment below and I will take your word for it and bestow you with a useless heart emoji. At least until I get tired and stop reading the comments. Anyway, elderly people have voted for people who will keep their homes valuable, which tends to be more elderly people helping to cement the gerontocracy from the ground floor. So, elderly people were influential at the right time to get rich. And then they use that wealth to buy even more influence. It's a pretty simple cycle.
I want my heart emoji, but I don't meet the requirements. It's there.
But there is still one thing that doesn't quite add up. There are countries beyond the Great Gulf of America that didn't strike it rich in the second half of the 20th century. Their baby boomers lived tough lives. And even if they were from a country where they could vote, they wouldn't be influencing the economy of a massively wealthy country, shaping it to their will to work for them. They would be voting for the party least likely to take away their basic farm. This is a broad generalization, of course, but it's hard to overstate just how fortunate the USA has been over the last 70 years. There is a graph that is honestly kind of haunting. This is life expectancy at birth for the average global citizen over the last 100 years. There are 2 noticeable dips, one small one which was caused by COVID-19 and this much larger one from 60 years ago. You might think this was from World War II, but those numbers aren't actually captured on this graph because records were too unreliable from back then. This 2-year global dip in life expectancy was caused exclusively by China's Great Leap Forward, an economic plan that was so bad it caused mass starvation and so many casualties it noticeably moved global averages. If American boomers were in the right place at the right time, this was the exact opposite of that. Instead of going on to found a tech company, you would be lucky to make it to your first birthday. The point here is that even still, China is today largely ruled by elderly people. And that's because of the final and most crucial ingredient: inequality. Baby boomers were not only the wealthiest generation in history, they were also the most unequal. Now, before we all go and seize the means of production, it's important to remember that a lot of this inequality was caused by the rich getting richer, even when the poor were getting richer too. The life of a poor boomer was significantly better than the life of a poor person in the 19th century, but the gap between rich and poor grew much more as people built fortunes previously impossible. This means that the world isn't really ruled by boomers, it's ruled by rich boomers. They were just the first group to grab their seats at the table. In China, they just happened to open up conveniently as baby boomers were in key government positions to effectively install their own unique brand of capitalism that unsurprisingly involved making themselves and their close comrades wealthy before anybody else. In fact, even in America, wealth is a big decider of even being around to rule at all. Average life expectancy is way up, and it's continuing to rise, but it's mainly been caused by drops in infant mortality and increases in the lifespan of wealthy people. According to a study published by the National Library of Medicine, the gap in life expectancy between the poorest 1% and the richest 1% was more than 14 years. That's greater than the difference in life expectancy between America and Afghanistan. The study also found that this gap was widening as health technology, diet, and lifestyle advances were resulting in wealthy people living longer, while most of the population was relatively stagnant, especially if they had worked in physical careers. To become an old politician, you first have to become old, and the best way to do that is to stop being poor. The rapid increase in life expectancy has meant that once people get into these positions of power, they are sticking around a lot longer than they normally would have. And if nobody is moving out of these positions, it makes it harder for younger people to move into them. Now, that's most obvious in photos like this, but it's probably an even more serious problem for regular workers around the world who can't move up in the corporate ladder because senior positions are packed with rusted-on executives. Older workers know that it's a lot harder for them to find a new job with a new company, and it's also a lot harder for them to lose their job in the first place. In America, age is a protected class that can't be discriminated against, but only for old people. The law only protects people over the age of 40. Young people are fair game. This has contributed to a trend in the job market where the only way to really increase your position and compensation is to job hop. Because even if companies wanted to reward staff loyalty, most of those benefits would go to the boomers. Now, to be fair, some of these people are extremely competent. A decades-long career will give people a lot of valuable experience, valuable connections, and a valuable
better technology. Life expectancy can fall on certain groups that type in over physical demanding jobs. That could be alright. So far, yes.
Reputation. What's more is that the old gripe about old bosses making 3 times your salary while being unable to work their emails is still true in certain circumstances. But even really old people today have been exposed to technology for most of their careers now, so they are not as behind as the elderly people from a decade.
Well, yeah. And then it's hard for younger people to go on the spot when they're already getting a panic by the old people.
To go. And none of this should matter anyway, right? Because even if old people do rule the world, eventually we will be those old people, right? Wrong. First off, it's not ideal to have a system where people are just willing to get old enough to finally get some power. And this shift is already happening. The demographic conditions that made this possible in the first place means that as the current rulers die, they are likely to be replaced with much younger candidates. Elderly people have a lot of tools to cling on to power, but as their poorer peers die off, they are losing their demographic might. This hasn't impacted authoritarian states, because once those people gain power, the will of the people isn't going to compel them to give it up. But in 2024, for the first time in decades, democratically elected leaders around the world actually got younger. This was helped by the fact that almost all incumbent leaders did poorly in last year's elections, and opposition leaders are generally younger. But it also marks a trend in younger voters having more influence over who represents them. So, if you are 40-something waiting to inherit the world, the bad news is that, just like the rest of your life, you are probably going to be skipped over. But the good news is that might be a small price to pay to unseat the gerontocracy. The exception to this global trend was here in America. Now, there is one place where power has been accumulated in the hands of the elderly faster than ever. It's on corporate boards for well-connected people with friends in right places. It's the ultimate retirement gig. In the coming decades, the wealthiest generation in history will die. It's an unfortunate, albeit inevitable fact of life. But baby boomers will eventually go extinct, and they will pass down over $90 trillion to the next generation within America alone. This much money could fix a lot of problems like student debt, unaffordable housing, inadequate retirement savings, and record credit card debt. But don't get too excited just yet, because at best, the great wealth transfer is a financial illusion, and it could actually just end up making things worse.
This is a setup, a warning of the ugliness to come. The greatest wealth transfer in history is here with familiar, rich
transfer
winners.
of wealth is underway. As we speak, baby boomers are leaving an estimated $70 trillion to millennial and Gen X heirs.
Baby boomers are the wealthiest generation in history. In America, they control half of the nation's wealth, according to the 2024 Wealth Report prepared by the property management company Knight Frank. Other sources estimate that baby boomers only hold a mere $78 trillion in assets. That slight difference of $12 trillion is due to what you really define as wealth, and that slight difference in opinion is more than the collective wealth of half the planet. Regardless of the exact methodology used to calculate generational wealth, they all agree on one thing. Baby boomers are the kings, and everybody else has been holding on to whatever is left over. That concentration of wealth has, according to many, come at the expense of younger generations who are now poorer than their parents were at the same age. So that means when life finds a way and this wealth is passed down, it should fix these generational issues, right? Wrong. Counting on an inheritance to fix your own personal finances is a terrible idea. According to a survey by the investment intelligence firm Natixis, 70% of young people expect to get an inheritance, but only 40% of their parents actually plan on leaving one. This means individually, 30% of the young adult population is going to have their financial plans ruined late in their careers when there isn't much time left to make up for it. Okay. So, waiting on an inheritance is a dumb thing to do as an individual, but counting on the great wealth transfer globally is just plain irresponsible for three simple reasons. The first is that not all wealth is created equal. $7.4 trillion of the $90 trillion total are held in private businesses, according to data from the Fed. Small operations like HVAC, roofing, machining, mortgage brokering, medical practices, and repair businesses number in the millions across America, but putting a value on them can be extremely tricky. The Fed took estimated EBITDA for these companies, which takes the earnings of a business before interest, taxes, depreciation, and amortization, and then multiplies that by an industry standard valuation multiple. If you own a small business that makes $200,000 per year before these other costs, and you operate in an industry like machinery with an industry EBITDA multiple value of 5, then congratulations, your business is worth $1 million. This is an imprecise art, and naturally a business is only worth as much as someone is willing to pay for it, which will only cause a problem when all of these boomer-owned businesses get passed down to the next generation. According to the American Medical Association, 49.1% of physicians currently work in practices where the owner is themselves a doctor. That was down significantly since the start of the pandemic, and many of those left are owned by doctors that have had time to get the experience, clientele, and capital necessary to go into business for themselves. If they retire or die, their business doesn't have any value to their children unless they themselves are also doctors in the same field of medicine, an exceedingly rare occurrence. Millions of other owner-operator businesses will close their doors before they can be passed down to younger generations. Now, this is a bigger problem than some trust fund babies not getting handed a free business. If these businesses disappear, it will not only take their services out of the market, it will also stop new entrants into the job market from getting apprenticeships to learn the trades that are already in desperately short supply. But in crisis comes opportunity. The first group that is actually benefiting from the great wealth transfer are investment firms that are buying up these small firms for pennies on the dollar from owner-operators who just want a bit of extra cash before they retire. In a process called rolling up, private equity firms are buying dozens of small businesses and then merging them into one more efficient business that can hire cheaper employees to service the clients of all the old businesses.
Yay!
Sites like BizBuySell,
I'm surprised
BizQuest,
you
and
ran into this
BusinessBroker.net
issue.
have become the eBay for small businesses, largely listing businesses owned by
Now, that was kind of a subject cute. I was actually surprised. Though, the way he's talking about is private equity and buying up businesses and chopped up the businesses and sold them in pieces. You chop up the businesses and you sell for more because the pieces are worth more than the full business. So as you buy the business, you chop it up. And then you sell this piece over there, and sell this piece over there.
by retiring baby boomers who are hoping to get something rather than just shutting them down. There is one other problem with all this private business wealth too. The 50 largest private companies in America are all almost exclusively owned by baby boomers. Without the financials of these private companies, putting an accurate value on them is almost impossible. But based on comparables, these top 50 are collectively worth an estimated $2 trillion, conservatively. So, almost half of the wealth in this asset class is just 50 companies. Unless your family name is Bloomberg, Mars, or Coke, the value of the boomers' private companies is not something that is going to impact your life. But that's only one small part of the great wealth transfer. Boomers reportedly own $16.9 trillion in durables and other assets ranging from rusty old home appliances to motor yachts. Some of these goods could be sold by a beneficiary, but a lot of this paper wealth is, in reality, going to end up being a financial burden to maintain if it's not just simply disposed of. Rounding out the wealth that might not do much good to the next generation, pension plans have been calculated on what they are worth to the boomers themselves based on assessing how much money someone would need to replace that cash flow. A pension that pays out $50,000 a year to a retiree could have an on-paper future value of $1 million. But that doesn't mean that a beneficiary is going to receive $1 million when their parents die. So with that, the great wealth transfer has already been cut in half. But that still leaves $40 trillion in cash, equities, and most importantly, housing that is going to be passed down in the coming years, and that's gonna fix a few things, right? Baby boomers' second largest asset class is their homes and investment properties. The generation owns almost as much real estate as the Generation X and Millennials combined, and controlling this much of the market has caused problems for everybody else. According to a survey conducted by the real estate firm Redfin, about half of homeowners and renters said they have $1 trillion in cash, equities, and most importantly, housing that is going to be passed down in the coming years, and that's gonna fix a few things, right? Baby boomers' second largest asset class is their homes and investment properties. The generation owns almost as much real estate as the Generation X and Millennials combined, and controlling this.
Dad, crap! Look at that under type. Look how tiny that is. Listen, and be able to own a home if you're 13. Stop selling. We need to make homes affordable again. Boomers own too much. We vote against the boomers. I hate a pitchfork and buy where allow you choices and go, boomers, give us housing.
Much of the market has caused problems for everybody else. According to a survey conducted by the real estate firm Redfin, about half of homeowners and renters said they have periodically struggled this year to afford their mortgage payment or rent as rates have increased and have been passed along to the people on the bottom of the housing ladder. The survey also found that to keep up with payments, some homeowners and renters had resorted to selling their belongings, picking up overtime shifts, canceling vacations, working a second job, and even skipping meals to keep up with their payments. Housing has simply become a major expense for everyone except for those who have had the opportunity to purchase a home when they were affordable and the time to pay their mortgage off in full. The great wealth transfer of housing on the surface looks like a ghoulish, albeit pragmatic solution to this problem for two simple reasons. The first is that it could provide millions of people with a house of their own to live in. The second reason is that even if you receive a home as an inheritance that you don't want to live in, you can just sell it, which is good for you and good for the market because it provides supply at a time when almost nobody wants to sell their home. So, what's the problem then? Well, again, less housing than you would expect is actually going to be passed down. A study published by the National Library of Medicine has found that a majority of lifetime healthcare costs for the average person happens after they turn 65. This is an immediate problem because according to a study by the health research organization KFF, only half of people over 65 have anything saved to pay for healthcare costs in retirement, and the overwhelming majority of adults won't have enough money to pay for senior living care, which is now estimated to be over $100,000 per year. Medicare, which is the government-provided health insurance program for seniors, does not support senior living. So, many seniors will add a Medicare Advantage plan, which is an additional out-of-pocket expense. So housing will be handed down, but it's primarily going to be handed down to reverse mortgage companies or sold to cover spiraling senior living costs. According to Freddie Mac, the total value of cash-out refinances and second mortgages has already doubled since 2019, as even people who do own their own home have trouble keeping up. So far, the Great Wealth Transfer is going to consolidate small businesses, financialize homes even further, drive up medical costs, strain government services, and increase household debt. But there is still hope. There is one asset class left, and it's the biggest of them all. Baby boomers hold on to more equities and fixed income securities like stocks and bonds than millennials have between all of their assets combined. But when you think about it, that doesn't really make sense. For most people, their biggest asset is their home. Participation in the stock market is at record highs thanks to investment vehicles like 401ks and IRAs, as well as technologies that make investing easier like cheap online brokerages. According to the Fed survey of consumer finances, 58% of households own stock in 2023, which is a good thing. But it's still lower than the 65% of households that own their own home. Part of this can be explained by people buying stocks because they simply can't afford housing, but that's only a minor factor. This class of assets will actually be handed down in the Great Wealth Transfer, but it doesn't belong to normal people. Despite record participation in the market, the richest 10% of Americans now own 93% of stocks. The bottom 50% of Americans own just 1%. Most shockingly of all, though, the stock market inequality is even more severe amongst baby boomers. Just Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Steve Ballmer, Larry Ellison, Michael Dell, Jensen Huang, and the three surviving Walmart heirs own roughly $1.9 trillion worth of stocks, or 10% of all the equities within their generation. The remaining 70 million baby boomers own the 90% that these 10 people have left behind. The good news for the people in life.
Isn't that crazy about how much, 6 people own in wealth? That's insane. The torch, boomers, give us our share. Stop hearing from us, boomers. Boomers. The boomers gotta boom. Boom, boom, boom.
To inherit a majority of this wealth is that they won't need to wait for it. A New York Times article detailing the way that this wealth is being transferred has found that most of the advantages of the Great Wealth Transfer have already been handed to the people in line to receive it. A growing trend of giving while living means that children from wealthy families with the financial means to maintain their wealth until their death are already getting their college paid for, assistance with buying their first home, and cash to cover the cost of raising their own children. According to a survey from the UK, nearly 80% of children enrolled in the country's private schools had at least part of their fees paid for by their grandparents. If you are in a financial situation where you need the Great Wealth Transfer to help you out, the Great Wealth Transfer probably isn't going to help you. This year, a record number of people will be turning 65, and the next year, that record will be broken again. We have been warned about aging populations for decades now, and now it's actually happening. Unfortunately, the savings retirement gap for millions.
Woohoo! More 65 people! More records! Let's go, boomers!
Millions of households is wider than it has ever been, and people's assets have been eaten up by inflation, bad investments, and good old-fashioned financial illiteracy. over 20% of the people on the cusp of retirement have no savings at all. But that isn't stopping them. Millions of people across the world can't afford to retire, and they're doing it anyway. So what the f does this mean for everybody else?
Baby boomers leaving their homes either because they're moving to assisted living centers or they're just no longer living.
In the last 10 years, Milwaukee County saw a 22% increase of older residents.
Those in their 50s are generally at peak earning potential, yet more than half worry they'll run out
Does
of
that
money in
mean
retirement.
more buy
Is this
now,
the
pay
retirement
never?
that you imagined?
No.
Earlier this year, the Retirement Income Institute released a commission study on retirement savings. And I can't overemphasize how much I love the name of this report, Peak Boomers Impact Study found that between this year and 2030, 30 million Americans will retire, representing almost a fifth of the total labor force. The study focused primarily on how those retirees plan to fund their retirement, and the results were grim.
Buy now, pay
More than
never?
half of the study group had less than $250,000 in assets, including their home if they had one. And that group would rely on Social Security as their primary or exclusive source of income in retirement. Now, this study was conducted by independent researchers, but it was funded by a group that wants to sell annuities to people planning their retirement. So some of their recommendations need to be taken with more than a bucket of salt. However, the study group of retirees getting too old to work are just one part of the larger group deciding that right now is a pretty good time to retire. A study by Pew Research has found that the largest wave of retirement has already happened, as people step back from the workforce during COVID, assisted by a combination of record low interest rates, generous stimulus measures, redundancy packages, record asset prices, and a general motivation to not go back into a plague-infested office. This is far from a uniquely American trend. In fact, we are actually behind a lot of countries that are both older than us and have better support systems for people in their old age. On top of hitting peak boomer, there are less typical retirees. A growing number of independently wealthy young people who are pursuing financial independence where investment returns from their assets are enough to fund their lifestyle indefinitely. And on the other end of the spectrum, there are people just giving up on working and are scraping by on family support, government assistance, or jobs in the informal economy. These people aren't the typical demographic of retirees, but they are still adding to the record trend. And they are all paying for this major financial decision in slightly different ways. The first way is that they just aren't. People don't always make entirely rational financial decisions. Whether it's buying a car in an 84-month finance deal, racking up credit card debt to buy luxury goods, or just not understanding the importance of saving and investing, there is no shortage of people doing really dumb things with their money. You are watching a channel that gives weekly depressing lectures on the state of the financial system, business trends, and the economy. So all of you are probably far more financially literate than the average person. And even then, you have probably made some dumb money mistakes. People deciding to quit their jobs often aren't thinking entirely rationally. And more people are just deciding that if they are going...
He makes a good point. People watching videos like this are probably more financially literate than the average person. And even then, people probably made mistakes anyways. I'm not speaking.
Going to be screwed financially in their old age, they would at least like to enjoy a few years while they still have their health and worry about finances once they are too old for it to be their problem. For some people, the decision is made for them. Layoffs nationwide have hit people approaching retirement age particularly hard. According to a survey conducted by the Transamerica Center for Retirement Studies, most Americans are retiring 5 years earlier than they expected. While this sounds like it's giving people more years to enjoy themselves, the reality is that it's giving people fewer years to save and more years to cover. And this is almost entirely involuntary. According to a study published by ProPublica, since 2016, 56% of workers over the age of 50 lost their job involuntarily, meaning they either got fired, made redundant, or laid off. Now, that might not sound too bad. But you have to remember that a lot of people over the age of 50 are choosing to leave their job because they are retiring on their own terms. So the majority being let go is pushing a lot of people out of work. Once they are out, older people are finding it much harder to find a job, especially ones that pay as well as the jobs they were laid off from. Companies don't want to hire older people because they think that they can't use computers, they aren't going to be able to do physical work for as long as young workers in non-office jobs, and there is the not-so-secret reality that older workers are normally less easy to take advantage of than younger workers with their whole career ahead of them. It's technically not legal to discriminate against workers over the age of 40, although this law does not protect against discriminating against people under the age of 40. But that's a whole separate issue. It doesn't matter anyway, because any half-competent hiring manager or human resources department could find a reason for hiring a young worker instead of an over 50 worker, and this all means the same thing. If people lose their jobs over the age of 50, they are almost forced into retirement whether they can afford it or not. The topic of what to do with aging populations in countries across the world is something that is keeping a lot of policymakers up at night. People are living longer and having fewer children, which means more pressure is going to be put on a smaller group of young people, or elderly people are going to have to make do with less. Of course, a lot of baby boomers are independently very wealthy as they have enjoyed a high level of job security and incredible asset price appreciation over their working careers. A typical white-haired couple driving a gold buggy around a gated Floridian retirement village might be the first thing you think of when you think of boomer retirees. But these people are far from the average. People of retirement age own more than half of the wealth of the country, but that wealth is spread even more unevenly than it is over the general population. There are some extremely wealthy baby boomers, a small group of boomers who will be able to comfortably fund a nice retirement, and millions who are fighting for what little is left. The question is really about what happens when this group just can't work anymore. A study by the Stanford Center on Longevity found that even though baby boomers are the wealthiest generation in history as a whole, they are still facing tougher retirement conditions on an individual basis than their parents did. Some countries are pushing back retirement ages to squeeze a few more years of work out of people before they can receive a government pension or access their Advantage retirement savings accounts. Statistically, most of you watching this video are either at the peak of your career or are only just starting, which is why we have covered the problems you are likely to face if you don't already have a solid plan to retire. But even if pushing back retirement benefits is a necessary evil, it's going to be a hard sell. Retiring baby boomers are a large group, and they vote. The very mention of them needing to work a few more years is borderline political suicide. Most plans here in America center around pushing back retirement for young people who aren't close enough to retirement yet to care. Whatever the plan is, it's not being helped by the millions of people who are dropping out of the workforce. So, the compromise is that the payments are stretched thinner. According to Census Bureau data, poverty rates amongst people over 65 has been on the rise as government programs haven't been able to keep up with general inflation, and certainly haven't kept up with the spiraling costs for aged healthcare and senior living. If people do re-enter the workforce, it's normally into low-wage jobs that only help support other payments. A study conducted by the American Society of Aging found that a fifth of older workers were making less than $15 an hour, and that included people between 55 and 65 who should be at the penultimate years of their career. The authors of this study also pointed out that a lot of this low-wage work is intense, routine, and almost always highly monitored in situations where a person controls neither the pace nor content of their work. Now, you probably don't need an institutional study to tell you that minimum wage jobs are hard. But they are even harder on old people with deteriorating health, which means it could be hard for them to keep this work even if they really need it. When this happens, the last line of support becomes relying on their adult children for care. Now, the idea of your parents moving back in with you might be terrifying enough, but the burden of being a caregiver to elderly parents is disproportionately falling on lower-income households. Lower-income households are less likely to be able to save
Baby boomers are getting fired a little bit early that they can't retire off maternity work because it's too demanding for their age. If only they could stay at the place they were working at. But no, but we got cut costs because stock line go up
adequately for retirement and are more likely to have children that are also low income. When those parents start requiring care from their children, it can impact relationships, career growth, or even how many hours the adult child can put into their work. Additionally, a dependent parent might be a direct financial burden if their assistance payments don't cover their expenses. This means the children are going to be less likely to save for their own retirement, creating a vicious intergenerational cycle. So what was supposed to be a feel-good story about millions of people leaving behind the 9-to-5 has turned into a lecture about the grim financial landscape that millions of people are forced to contend with. Welcome to this channel. By now, you should know what you have signed up for. But what can be done about this? As a society, not much, unfortunately. A lot of incredibly smart people are tackling the problem of aging populations, and the solutions so far have been to get people to work longer and live on less. Individually, though, you need to assume that there is not going to be anything there to support you when you are too old to work. Pensions are already strained, and if you have a few decades left in the workforce, there really is no guarantee it will exist at all for you. And if it does, it's probably only going to be enough to cover the bare necessities, if that. So try to set something aside in a 401k or whatever the equivalent is in your respective countries. It's basic stuff, but when so many people cannot or will not do the basics, it could put you a long way ahead. Now, this only applies to elderly retirees. This probably
See what he just said there? This is why setting something aside is important, because you never know what's gonna be. But, like, when it comes to like Social Security in the future, it's very grand, so it's very helpful to try to plan for that. And that's exactly what I'm trying to do. Set some money in some kind of retirement account, like voluntary Roth or whatever. Buy some body bonds every year. Do something.
The problem is being made much worse by the millions of people leaving the workforce decades before they would normally retire. There are institutions operating in America today that are responsible for over 20,000 premature deaths, all in the name of profit. They make their money by housing vulnerable people and cutting costs wherever they can, often breaking the law in the process. These might sound like for-profit prisons, but I am actually talking about nursing homes. Although maybe that's no coincidence, because a lot of these places are owned and operated by the same people.
Every nursing home across the country. According to a recent survey, 87% of providers are facing staffing shortages.
You trust in nursing homes to take care of your loved ones, but 2 News investigates found several in our area have received below average rankings.
And exposed insulation in the bathroom.
Nobody should have to live like this.
If you are an investor with a lot of cash and good connections, aged living is an attractive business opportunity. The aging population means that you will have an ever-growing number of customers. Revenue can be sourced from insurance companies, individuals, and the government. And once you have residents in your homes, it's unlikely that they will ever check out until, well, they check out. According to research done by the National Bureau of Economic Research, elderly Americans are also less financially literate, which means they won't know if they are getting a good deal or not. The investment potential gets even better the more of these businesses you own, because overhead like administration, sales, and contracting can be shared across multiple locations. Consistent cash flow, a growing customer base, and synergies at scale has made nursing homes one of the most targeted alternative asset classes in America. And
they're not likely to check out until they check out. So, what he's talking about is you have a guaranteed consumer base. Why need to be talking about this? But there's no problems with this. I heard about this before.
Investors can now gain exposure to the aged care market through direct investment, private equity, and even exchange-listed real estate investment trusts that can be purchased by anybody with a Robinhood account and $90. But the reality of this business is razor-thin margins, distorted incentive structures, and a race to the bottom on quality and safety. Aged care is a broken business model that smart money investors need to squeeze incredibly hard to get any kind of returns for 3 reasons. And there are 3 terrible ways this squeezing is getting done. The first reason is that the profit does not come from looking after the elderly. The National Bureau of Economic Research published a report on the effect of private equity investments into nursing homes, which is one of the most damning things I have ever read. The only reason why it isn't getting more attention is because the report is 30,000 words long. So I have gone ahead and read it so you don't have to. The paper outlines the damage that the private equity business model has done to patient care. But before it even gets to that, it outlines just how broken.
So, in short, even though you have a guaranteed consumer base, the actual profit margins are not that good. So because they're not that good, we gotta cut costs everywhere. And this is not very good for their customers. It's very consumer.
The aged care business is. Not all senior living is made equal, and the business is operated off 3 classifications that have different requirements and qualify for different subsidies. The first classification is an independent living facility. These are for seniors who are largely independent but want to live in an environment where they have the community of other seniors, the convenience of having meals, transports, and social events organized for them, and the peace of mind of care facilities being close by if they need them. These kinds of facilities are common in lifestyle retirement states like Florida, and some of them offer luxurious accommodations and amenities to the residents. These aged care facilities are usually privately funded and operate not too differently from a gated community that only allows people above a certain age to live there. Investors in these kinds of facilities make their money by selling or leasing homes directly to residents, leasing commercial properties to businesses that want to operate within the facility, and from charging management fees on top of the fees to maintain grounds, organize activities, and upkeep amenities. Since residents pay out of their own pocket to live in these facilities, the operating companies can charge as much as people are able to pay. A luxury home at The Villages, the largest independent living facility in the country, is currently listed for just under $2.4 million. That is separate from the ongoing fees to stay in the community. More modest offerings for a smaller independent living facility run about $5,000 a month for combined rent and services fees on a 1-bedroom apartment. Most retirees fund their stay at these living facilities by selling their homes. So as homes have become more expensive, the prices of these facilities has kept up at almost exactly the same pace. Independent living is, in a way, an indirect way to profit both off the aging population and increasing home prices. So if you are waiting for an inheritance to finally own your own home, I'm sorry to tell you, but these guys are the first in line. Now, these facilities are made for people that are mentally and physically fit enough to live by themselves, so nobody is being forced into these homes. But it starts to get a lot worse at the next level up. Assisted living facilities provide more personal care than independent living facilities. Accommodations in these types of aged care establishments are much smaller than the regular apartments of freestanding homes in ILFs. Typically, they are single ensuite rooms that connect directly to communal facilities like food halls.
Okay, pause this. Just type in your month and day you're born, and type in Vladimir. There'll be a news article about it.
And on-site medical facilities. These homes support residents with daily activities like bathing, dressing, and medication management, but they still let their elderly clients maintain as much independence as possible with planned shopping trips, leaving to go to see friends and family, and even vacations if it's deemed appropriate. These types of facilities are still mostly paid out of pocket by residents, but since they are a blend of a home and a care facility, insurance companies will cover part or some of all of the fees to stay in these homes if the residents have coverage. In very rare cases, residents can also receive funding from Medicaid if it's determined that they need the support of one of these homes and they have no other way of paying for it. At this level of care, there are 2 problems that arise that lead to bad outcomes for both residents and staff. The first problem is that insurance providers have much more negotiating power on their pricing, so investors in these facilities can't increase their margins by charging more. Instead, they turn a profit by lowering their standards of care. The National Bureau of Economic Research study found that since for-profit assisted living facilities had no required staffing levels, the headcount of on-site nurses and nursing assistants fell to dangerous levels. The basic functions that these facilities report to offer to patients like bathing, regular medical checkups, and even providing food have been missed because of inadequate funding. A report by the Associated Press listed hundreds of incidents of residents in these facilities simply starving to death. Another report by the Washington Post found that just dozens of elderly patients in the care of these homes died after they simply walked away without being noticed by the skeleton staff running these homes. If a long history of deadly negligence wasn't bad enough, this business model gets even worse since a large share of these residents in these homes were placed there against their will. The aged care advocacy group My Elder recently published a story about Max Kaplan, an 80-year-old man who in 2011 went into a hospital to receive a minor surgical procedure, which led him to never seeing his home again. According to the report, the hospital told Max that for them to discharge him back to his home, he would have to agree to allow a social worker to visit his home and determine if it was safe for him to return. The social worker determined his own home was not good enough and put him into the custody of Adult Protective Services, which checked him into an assisted living facility to provide him with care that he was living without before his ill-fated hospital visit. Kaplan was later appointed a legal guardian by a New York court who sold his home and furniture, cashed out his retirement savings, and used the money in addition to his pension and Social Security to pay for his continued care in an assisted living facility. Kaplan is only allowed $50 a month of his own money to pay for incidentals. As of September 2023, when this article was published, Max is not allowed to leave the building for any reason. No one can sign him out, and his guardian was not responsive to requests for comment. Now, you might be thinking this sounds a lot like the movie I Care a Lot, something that sounds like an overdramatic work of fiction. But guardianship abuse happens all the time, especially to elders who have had a lifetime to amass assets worth siphoning off. With a literally captive market, assisted living facilities have very little business pressure to increase their quality of care, because the residents seldom have the ability to leave and find a better provider. The price of assisted living facilities has also grown as facilities have started to offer additional amenities, nicer food, bigger rooms, and more activities to residents that have better insurance coverage or money from retirement savings and home sales to pay out of pocket. These are mostly high-margin items that can be charged at a premium within assisted living facilities to increase revenue because residents have nowhere else to spend their money. It's easier and more lucrative for operators to upsell these services rather than charge more money for what is really needed, which is more staff. And that's the second reason why senior living care is a broken business. It's getting squeezed from all angles. In 2021, a group of Florida healthcare providers urged the FTC for assistance with anti-competitive pricing coming from staffing agencies. So, the operators that have been accused of ripping off residents were themselves complaining about being ripped off by service providers. According to data from Salary.com, ZipRecruiter, and Indeed, the average salary for a full-time elderly caregiver here in California is between $12.34 and $18.27 an hour, or $28,000 to $39,000 a year. That is a terrible income for such a demanding job. So when demand for essential staff peaked during COVID-19, the companies that provided staff to facilities that didn't hire their own staff started charging more, which made it unprofitable to run assisted living facilities. Insurance companies won't pay more, Medicaid has a fixed reimbursement that hasn't been adjusted to keep up with inflation, and facilities are already milking as much as they can out of residents with means to pay for additional services. That's why a survey conducted by the Florida Healthcare Association found that 59% of assisted living facilities were operating at a loss or negative total margin. And if you thought that was bad, then it only gets worse for the third type of aged care facility. Skilled nursing facilities offer the highest level of care to residents with serious health conditions that require constant supervision. These homes are a blend of living accommodations and a hospital, and are funded through fixed Medicare payments or health insurance. Some of the largest aged care communities in America will have independent living, assisted living, and skilled nursing facilities all on a single property, so residents can move between them as their need for care increases as they age. Normally, residents don't spend very long in skilled nursing facilities before they are either moved back to assisted living if their health improves, or the morgue if it doesn't. The regulatory requirements around minimum staffing to run these facilities is very high, but revenue is even lower since by the time most of the population gets to a skilled nursing facility, they don't have any personal assets or insurance coverage left, so providers have to make do with Medicaid, which isn't enough. Since most providers are still run for profit, it's taken some very creative business practices to get money out of these facilities, which is the third reason why everything about aged care has gotten so bad. There is still a lot of money in aged care. It's just not in the operating homes. The National Bureau of Economics research paper outlined one highly controversial practice that private equity firms have been using to extract business value out of all three types of these facilities. Private equity funds are motivated by capital gains, so if they can acquire a struggling aged care company and turn it around, they can make large profits. And even if they can't turn it around, they still have some tricks up their sleeves. So if you're a cunning private equity manager who wants to cash in on the misery, here is what you have to do. You need to find a nursing home that is struggling with profitability, but still has a strong asset base. Some nursing homes own their own facilities, and these are a great target. Since the company is barely profitable, you should be able to buy it for not very much money. And once you can take ownership, immediately sell whatever assets you can and then lease them back to the companies you sold them from. The aged care real estate investment trusts that you can buy on a public market get most of their properties from buying and leasing back properties like this. With this pile of new cash, you can pay back your firm a good amount of the money that they spent on the acquisition in the first place. After this, you should buy more properties and then use your market dominance to drive down expenses wherever you can and squeeze out a profit. Once you have made a profit, you can use this to get the aged care facility to take out a loan and then use that money to pay back your firm even more. The ongoing expenses of aged care facilities are now strained by rent and loan repayments, but even if they end up bankrupt, your firm still has made most of its money back. Leveraged buyouts like this have been responsible for 20,000 premature deaths in facilities across the country as the quality of service is slacked.
No time. It's not time. we're talking about why they buy out the businesses and chop them up, and why these healthcare facilities are lucrative to be bought out and chopped up, and how, like I said, an aging population guarantees you consumers, but the cost of margins are very tiny, so you have like a very two conflicting concepts. Two concepts conflicting with each other. It's like how you make this money. More to Florida. That's how you wanna live well this morning.
In the name of turning a profit. But without the liquidity provided by private equity, there would probably be an even bigger shortage of aged care providers. Private equity isn't moving into aged care because it's a great business. They are moving in because it's a struggling business. Other firms have found that there is more profit in buying up companies that provide third-party services to these homes. In 2018, HIG Capital acquired Reliant Rehabilitation, one of the largest providers of contract healthcare services in America, providing nursing staff on a contract basis to hundreds of assisted living and skilled nursing facilities across the country. This complemented their portfolio nicely, as they were able to share administrative overhead with WellPath, another healthcare service provider they acquired in 2013 that provides the same services to private prisons. I have worked for nearly half a decade in investment banking in the healthcare sector, putting these kinds of deals together. They don't always have to have such bad outcomes, but with such vulnerable people right in the middle of conflicting corporate interests, they are usually the first group to be compromised. The end of the Second World War resulted in a massive spike in fertility across the world that gave rise to the largest generation in history, the aptly named baby boomers. Soldiers returned home young, dumb, and full of patriotic spirit. And especially here in America, this family-centered growth coincided with what many believed to be the golden age of capitalism. Homes were cheap, the free market was providing newfangled products to consume, jobs could provide a stable and comfortable living, and the only thing left to do was get busy starting a family. Now, this sounds like such a rose-tinted version of history that borders on being inaccurate, but that doesn't actually matter. Today, we are dealing with expensive homes, overconsumption of disposable consumer junk, and jobs that are extremely insecure. So naturally, the most pressing question for governments around the world is how to make people make babies again?
Childcare is now more expensive than rent for working families and is costing the economy more than $122 billion a year.
Their childcare expenses from their income taxes. That's a first.
What is the biggest thing that needs to change here in South Korea to make this more appealing for women?
Starting next year, South Korea will pay a childcare allowance of around $530 to parents with newborns.
The biggest issue in 20 years will be population collapse. Not explosion, collapse.
An uncontrolled population decline is a very concerning issue that will have serious impacts on all of us who are planning to live for more than the next 20 years. But it's important to distinguish between people who are concerned about what a population decline represents and people who are concerned about not having a ready stream of available labor produced for them. They may sound similar, but there are two very distinct solutions depending on how you look at the problem or if you even consider it a problem at all. To see why, we need to clear up some history. The exact cause of the 1950s baby boom was not as simple as people just returning home from war and getting to it. The easiest way to see this is that there was no baby boom after the First World War. In fact, after 1918 and a brief dip during the Spanish flu, birth rates dropped to levels very similar to today, which kind of goes against the narrative. If you paid any attention to general media coverage of population collapse, you have probably been told that this is an entirely modern phenomenon caused by, well, whatever problem with the modern world you want to pick. But that's not entirely accurate. In fact, the fertility rate back here was actually worse than it looks. To understand why, you need to understand two numbers: the fertility rate, normally expressed in the number of births per woman, and also the replacement rate. The replacement rate is how many children the average woman needs to have to maintain the population. Today in America and most other high-income countries, that number is about 2.1 children per woman. The 2 is because the population is naturally split 50-50 between men and women. So to account for that, the average woman needs to have 2 children. And the 0.1 is because tragically, some children don't make it to adulthood where they could potentially have children of their own. Now, everybody from politicians across the political spectrum to your weird uncle at Thanksgiving has been paying strangely close attention to national and global fertility rates. But what gets less attention is that the replacement rate is variable too, and it has also been declining. Back in the 1920s, people needed to have more than 3 children on average just to maintain the population, since infant mortality rate was much higher than it is today. That means that the population back here was actually declining faster than it is today. All in the age before modern contraceptives, widespread women in the workforce, the breakdown of family values, or whatever else is blamed for our current population trends. The other explanation for the baby boom was that the post-World War II economy was just so good that starting a family was easy. But the Roaring 20s were also a highly prosperous post-war economy, and yet people were having a lot fewer babies. The birth rate actually only started recovering after 1929, when the Great Depression plunged a staggering amount of American families back into relative poverty. In fact, by actually looking at the data, you can see that the baby boom really started in the 1930s, when the American economy was arguably in its worst state in the last century. There was a pause during the war, but the post-war baby boom that we are all familiar with was really just the continuation of a trend that had already started. So if it wasn't contraceptives, women in the workforce, economic growth, the move into cities, or modern family values, what actually caused the birth rate slump back then? Well, it's the same thing that caused the baby boom. And the reason I'm giving you this history lesson is because it could also solve a lot of our population problems today, but you might not like the answer. One of the most consistent baby blockers is income inequality. The economist Thomas Piketty, as part of writing his book Capital in the 21st Century, collected and compiled income inequality data over the last century. Just quickly, this is probably one of the best books on economics ever written, and it reads easily even to non-economists. So like always, I will leave a link to it in the description below. Using my link helps the channel a little bit, and a good book will provide way more value than I ever could through something like a Patreon. But anyways, if you invert the data that Piketty collected on income inequality, it lines up almost perfectly.
Yep, someone like Elon Musk likes the wealth disparity because he only cares about what he might. Why he complains about breast replacement. So it's like he wants his cake and eat it too type of thing. He's always promoting contradictory statements.
With the fertility rate. If people feel like they aren't falling behind, if they have social mobility, and they can provide what is considered a good life, they will have more children. The New Deal, that was the foundation of the Great Depression recovery efforts, and the GI Bill following World War II, massively reduced income inequality. And with it, the babies flowed. But this is a big problem because, yes, people in power want to avoid a population crunch, but not like that. For most of human history, our population has been pretty much stagnant. Based on archaeological records, the average population growth rate for the 10,000 years between the dawn of human civilization and the Industrial Revolution was just 0.04%. Generation to generation, it was barely enough to register. And even then, there were significant setbacks like the Black Plague, which wiped out between 1/4 and half of all people in Europe. People had a lot more children on average, but fewer of them survived, so the population didn't really budge. And then came the Industrial Revolution, which kicked off a bit of a feedback loop. Mechanized industry and agriculture could feed and provide more people, and more people meant more work could be done, and more innovations could be made to feed and provide for more people. Refinements in medicine and nutrition meant that people also lived a lot longer, which gave them more opportunities to apply their expertise to making an overall wealthier world. By best estimates, something like 7% of all of the humans to have ever lived are currently alive right now, and that's been great for business. Having more people naturally boosted industry, because there were more potential consumers to cater to, and population growth provided a ready supply of labor to work in the new factories. Early industrial centers like London became extremely rich, but even back then, some familiar trends emerged. Cities during the Industrial Revolution were horrible places to live. They figured out building factories much faster than building sanitation. So infectious diseases, malnutrition, and foodborne pathogens were more prevalent in these population-dense centers. So many people died in London that up until the 20th century, it was almost entirely reliant on people moving from the countryside to get work to maintain its population. Now, most cities in high-income countries, with the notable exception of San Francisco, eventually figured out that leaving human waste in the street was not a good idea. So even though cities aren't actively killing their inhabitants anymore, they are still population black holes that have very low birth rates and rely on people moving to them to maintain themselves. That's simply because cities are expensive. Unless you are extremely wealthy, you probably can't afford a family-sized home close to a major city. And depending on your career, you might not be able to move away from those cities without losing your job. Today, a trend has emerged where having lots of children is either an indication of being extremely wealthy or being extremely poor, with very little room in the middle for large middle-class families, because that's just become unaffordable in most cities around the world. Now, over the past 300 years, we have also run out of people to pull from the high birth rate countryside. So the trend has gone global, and today, most advanced economies pull in people from high birth rate countries.
Occupying Nepal, there's no middle. Like if you're no class, you just don't have lots though. But if you're poor or rich, you have lots. I'll figure. I don't know why this doesn't work well. Okay, so if you're poor or rich, you have a lot of children. But if you're in the middle class, you don't have a lot of children. I'll figure that one out.
The rise in immigration to fill labor shortages has masked the issue, but it has caused other problems like further contributing to housing affordability and putting downward pressure on wages and upward pressure on income inequality. There is also the not-so-subtle reality that a lot of the people that want a stable supply of young workers would, let's just say, strongly prefer if those workers were homegrown. Now, in all of this, there is one other simple solution. Let people work jobs outside of the city. The COVID pandemic was the most recent global event to shake up birth rates. Initially, it caused a sharp dip as people lost their jobs and saw hospitals barely having the capacity to manage the load. But as more dual-income households moved to working from home, births increased and not only made up for the initial drop, but exceeded expected trends. Unsurprisingly, it's easier to deal with a pregnancy and have children when parents don't need to go into an office. It allows people to live in cheaper and more family-friendly communities further away from commercial centers. Now, this reality is rustling some jimmies because companies want people to move back into the office for a variety of reasons. But the good news is that we actually have some power over this. Even with extreme measures, it's very hard to force people to have children. So if businesses won't entertain policies to promote equality or let people work from home, they don't get their future workers and consumers. If you want further evidence of the benefits of moving away from the office, look no further than the CEOs themselves that are demanding that workers return to the office while they don't actually show up to work at all. Putting downward pressure on wages and upward pressure on income inequality. There is also the not-so-subtle reality that a lot of the people that want a stable supply of young workers would, let's just say, strongly prefer if those workers were homegrown. Now, in all of this, there is one other simple solution. Let people work jobs outside of the city. The COVID pandemic was the most recent global event to shake up birth rates. Initially, it caused a sharp dip as people lost their jobs and saw hospitals barely having the capacity to manage the load. But as more dual-income households moved to working from home, births increased and not only made up for the initial drop, but exceeded expected trends. Unsurprisingly, it's easier to deal with a pregnancy and have children when parents don't need to go into an office. It allows people to live in cheaper and more family-friendly communities further away from commercial centers. Now, this reality is rustling some jimmies because companies want people to move back into the office for a variety of reasons. But the good news is that we actually have some power over this. Even with extreme measures, it's very hard to force people to have children. So if businesses won't entertain policies to promote equality or let people work from home, they don't get their future workers and consumers. If you want further evidence of the benefits of moving away from the office, look no further than the CEOs themselves that are demanding that workers return to the office while they don't actually show up to work at all.
You can't force people to have children? Oh my god. What are we gonna do if you can't force people to have children? That's a new concept for me. What do you think about that? I actually just came from that, actually. I don't know if you're watching or what. But yeah, I picked it up. Anyways, yeah. We're talking about how you can't make people have children because you can't force them to do something they can't do. Especially if you're not paying them. What do you think about Elon Musk complaining about the replace her rate? He's like, I'm gonna hoard all the money for myself, but I'm gonna complain about replacement rates. And there's gonna be less money for you because your government, your tax dollars, has to fund my space rockets because my SpaceX losing $4 billion a quarter. I mean, it was $4 billion a year. I don't remember what the exact IPO report was. It was paid for the year, $4 billion a year, but yeah, quarter. But that was hyperbole. I mean, you get the point. That's what's frustrating hearing Elon Musk speak, because if you dig deep on what he's actually implying, it's full of contradictions. Right. Yeah. Yeah. it is a genuine concern. The thing is, what my point was behind that is, if he is really genuine about it, he would actually be making actions to actually help that issue. But he's not exactly helping people have more feel their lives. For example, they will fire you for simply trying to be part of the auto workers union, the AWU, and he's not like, in some places, like his startup pays, like this, right, with us. The startup pay is like borderline poverty. It's livable if you're like really smart with your like expensive whatever. But in some places in the United States, like California, or like Texas, where someone is paid, in Texas they actually pushed an idea to increase the minimum wage, and the minimum wage increase would be like his starting pay, and that's way under the auto workers union pay. So I wasn't criticizing on his idea, complaining about the birth rate. Like, yeah, that it is an issue and should be thought about. It's in my criticisms, there's full of contradictions. So he's not doing anything to help the issue. In fact, he's doing the reverse. He's making things less affordable for people to live, where he's not paying people properly, where he's citing our tax dollars for stupid projects that sometimes don't work. So it's really frustrating to see his contradictions. I like constant logic, and so your actions reflect what you're actually saying. And Elon Musk's actions don't reflect concern on the birth rate issue. Yeah. That's neglecting all the safety protocol OSHA violations he has in his work plans at times. So, upset as well. I honestly don't know what power he has, but I would like to see him not waste my tax dollars, for one, and for two, properly pay people, and three, actually put his words where his mouth is, not just write over an overhyped concept to push his stock price. Is what I mean. my god, we're gonna mine asteroid. Oh my god, we're gonna have AI. Oh my god, these robots are gonna be so amazing. Oh my god, self-driving cars. What are we gonna do? Yeah, you're losing $4 billion on IPO. Numbers don't lie. Numbers don't lie. Oh my god, I'm the first world's trillionaire right here. I'm world's first trillionaire. This is all you wanted. This is the only reason for my IPO with us. That's all you care about. That's all you care about. I think he lost $1 trillion claim around. I'm not sure what has to be applied for, sir. That is here. My mistake. Because you lost the claim here. My mistake. But yeah, I always told Elmo Sayas a mistake, but she can probably vouch for this. I always go by action, by the words. So, joining actions, showing that you care about the most right thing, you truly don't care about the most right thing. Especially when you have his power and input. I honestly wish I have more reach, because I think I'm more love-headed than most people. And I think that I would be live on my with ideas, but I'm not. They was talking about how luck plays a role, like when you were born and stuff like that. I understand my best so I can. I can upset them eventually. Who knows? Maybe someday. Like, that's what I'm saying. Let's say. Is Jennifer parent? It's bye. I surprised that one return. I want some. Then I gotta buy that game because I hadn't reached the drugs all right. This. My God, Tom Road, I have no idea why this is such a club, but I want to play these other e-tubes I got right up to them. Because I got my computer showing. Now, I gotta see if my gaming computer can actually connect to my desktop computer. I'll probably doing that custom made. Let's see if I want to do more video on that. Let's see. let's click on do a random video, see how well these age.
SpaceX launches its IPO on Friday, and the rocket maker is set to make history in more ways than one, setting the price at $135 a share instead of a range, speedrunning its roadshow, cutting off orders a day earlier than normal, and aiming to go public at an eye-popping $1.75 trillion. Traders are eager to get a piece, and soon retail investors, everyday people with a brokerage account, will have their shot at as much as 30% of the SpaceX IPO allocation when it begins trading. That target blowing past the typical IPO, which normally sees just 5 to 10% set aside for retail investors. But there's a lot you should know before buying in. All signs point to a big first-day pop when SpaceX begins to trade on the NASDAQ. Our analysis of high-performance IPOs found that even in the short term, it's difficult for companies that have a blockbuster debut to keep the momentum going. Case in point, Alibaba, Coinbase, DoorDash, Snowflake, which saw an over 100% gain on its first day of trade, underperformed 6 months later. Now, that's no guarantee of how SpaceX will perform. There's lockup expirations, the path to profitability, and other market dynamics, all.
I'm surprised they didn't bring Rivian into that. Rivian's a good example of that too, to be as an example for this.
Play a role in the performance of newly listed companies, but on average, the data shows that big one-day pops can often be a warning sign. SpaceX wants those retail dollars, though, that 30% amount to roughly $22.5 billion. And brokerages, including Fidelity, Robinhood, SoFi, and Morgan Stanley's E-Trade, are among those lining up to make shares available. Fidelity went as far as to reduce the minimum amount of cash required in a brokerage account from $100,000 to just $2,000. But any investor thinking of getting in and selling to make a quick buck may want to think twice. Ahead of SpaceX's IPO, Fidelity and Charles Schwab reinforcing to investors who sell allocated shares in the first 15 days of trade that they will be restricted or even blocked from participating in future IPO deals. At Robinhood and SoFi, it's 30 days. The question is, does this policy help instill more stability in SpaceX trading, or does it put smaller everyday investors at a disadvantage? Now, once the company goes public, investors will be watching to see how quickly it will be added to the NASDAQ 100. NASDAQ did adopt a fast entry rule that allows large companies to bypass the traditional waiting period. SpaceX is also gunning for unprecedented early index entry into the S&P 500 index that would have seen it included in retirement funds and pensions. That was blocked as the S&P 500 reiterated requirements that companies must be profitable for the sum of its most recent 4 quarters before entry. All right, beyond index inclusion, investors will be counting down to SpaceX's first earnings report as a public company and what the company is doing to ease its cash burn. The S1 did reveal that SpaceX posted a net loss of nearly $5 billion in 2025, the primary culprit being Elon Musk's XAI business. That's its AI infrastructure bet. And that business, of course, where expenses tied to GPUs continue to rise. The question is whether investors are willing to overlook SpaceX's massive investments in hopes that Musk can make XAI profitable and orbital data centers a reality.
I may have to decide if I'm Daniel, and that wasn't exactly what I wanted to know again. I think Patrick Boyle did a good analysis on the IPO paper. I got this general, all she was saying, talking about is general, speaking about the dangers of typical IPOs. The reason why I want to show you the actual IPO paper is because it's trying to prove the client's more like a pump and dump.
When a company decides to go
Listen, I think this video,
When a company
address
decides
what
to go
I'm-
public, they're required by the Securities and Exchange Commission to file an S1 prospectus. Historically, these are some of the driest documents ever committed to paper. They're written by corporate lawyers for other corporate lawyers to ensure that no one anywhere is ever accidentally entertained. But 2 days ago, SpaceX filed its paperwork to go public, and reading through it, it became immediately clear that this was not going to be your typical legal disclosure. For a start, it opened with 14 pages of photographs of rockets and satellites, which reminded me of Adam Newman's ill-fated WeWork prospectus, which famously opened with the line, "We dedicate this to the energy of we, greater than any one of us, but inside each of us." That document was later described as one of the worst IPO filings.
if you want me going to WeWork too, that's actually right as well. So him comparing SpaceX and WeWork is pretty chemical.
In Wall Street history. The SpaceX prospectus is similarly unconventional, though I will say the rockets are more photogenic than the WeWork community photographs were. The document is also filled with phrases that I'm fairly confident have never appeared in an SEC filing before. Under the business strategy section, right alongside standard phrases that I'm fairly confident of us, but inside each of us. That document was later described as one of the worst IPO filings in Wall Street history. The SpaceX prospectus is similarly unconventional, though I will say the rockets are more photogenic than the WeWork community photographs were. The document is also filled with phrases that I'm fairly confident have never appeared in an SEC filing before. Under the business strategy section, right alongside standard disclosures about lease agreements and accounting standards, management explains that their primary objective is to extend the light of consciousness to the stars, a phrase that appears 10 separate times in the filing, which suggests that it wasn't a typo. Investors are also warned that we do not want humans to have the same fate as dinosaurs, which is a fair point, I suppose. It's the kind of sentence that gets you excited about what the risk disclosure section will look like. The document then goes on to outline a string of future business lines that read like science fiction. They include long-haul point-to-point terrestrial travel, which I think means traveling around the Earth in rockets rather than in airplanes, in-orbit manufacturing, yes, in orbit, passenger and cargo transportation to the Moon and Mars, manufacturing and energy production on the Moon and Mars, and asteroid mining. Because why mine for resources on Earth when you can chase down an asteroid in the hope that you'll find useful minerals on it? The acronym AI appears over 200 times in the document. The word consciousness appears 10 times. The word profit
As from the professional IPO standpoint, this is actually clearly overhyped and science fiction. Do you have any idea the logistic nightmare currently is trying to mine off an asteroid? Basically, right now with our technology, anything you can try to mine off an asteroid, you pay more than what you return. So say it costs $1 billion to send this rocket and mine, the equipment. It takes $1 billion to do a trip. Let's just say you're only getting like 20 million back or something. It's clearly a loss because of how inefficient it is. Though that's what he's referring to. Why it's really science fiction, because it's very unfeasible right now with our current technology. People don't understand the logistics when it comes to something like that, so it's very easy to overhype it. And the thing is, Elon himself might not even understand that. He just wants to sound pretty.
Appears somewhat less frequently than either of those. What we're looking at is quite possibly the most extraordinary document in the history of American securities regulation. And today we're going to go through it because every single thing I'm about to tell you, no matter how absurd it sounds, comes directly from the filing. If you've been following SpaceX for the last 2 decades, you probably think of it as a rocket company. In recent years, with the rapid expansion of Starlink, you might have updated that to a satellite internet company. But if you read the IPO prospectus, you're in for a surprise. SpaceX is now apparently an AI company. According to the document, 93% of the company's total addressable market is attributed to AI. And based on the capital expenditure breakdown, roughly 60% of all spending is now going into artificial intelligence infrastructure. The prospectus breaks down the business into 3 segments: space, connectivity, and AI. In the first quarter of 2026, the space division, the part that actually builds and launches rockets, lost $662 million. The connectivity division, which is Starlink, turned a $1.1 billion profit. The AI division lost $2.5 billion in just the last 3 months. The only...
So this is it, and this is from the filing about going over what each section of business made or lost or whatever. So basically, you probably talked about this. Basically, the only thing that drew a profit was Starlink, the internet service. And even with the Starlink profits, the overall net is like negative $4 billion for the 2025 year.
Division lost $2.5 billion in just the last 3 months. The only division that makes money is the satellite internet business. Everything else loses money. When Musk says that this is an AI company, what he means is that the one business that actually works is subsidizing a money-losing AI venture, while he tries to convince public market investors that the money-losing AI venture is the entire reason the company's worth $1.75 trillion. If we look past the talk of extending consciousness to the stars and focus purely on the income statement, the financial reality of SpaceX is bracing. Before we dig into that, let me tell you about this week's video sponsor, Saily. If you travel at all, you'll know the dread of landing somewhere new and watching your phone bill explode with roaming charges before you've even grabbed your bag. Saily fixes that. It's an eSIM app that gives you affordable daily data plans. Download Saily app and use the code $18.7 billion in revenue. Now,
Here.
Daily data plans. Download Saily app and use the code BOIL at checkout. In 2020,
for the 3 months ended March 31st, 2000, we generated revenue of a constant basis of basically $4 billion. And loss from operations of almost $2 billion, and adjusted EBITDA of $1 billion. 2025, we generate this is what I was pointing out. In 2025, we generate a revenue consolidating basis of $18 billion. A loss of operations from $2.5 billion, and adjusted EBITDA $6.5 billion. I'm sorry, I know that's a lot to take in. I'm sorry, he'll simplify it. But basically, the round was $4 billion lost to Russia.
25, the company generated $18.7 billion in revenue. Now, $18.7 billion is a lot of money, but at a proposed valuation of $1.75 trillion, SpaceX is asking investors to value it at almost 100 times its revenue. If SpaceX were dropped into the S&P 500 today, it would be the 7th largest company in the index by market cap. But if you ranked it by actual revenue, it wouldn't even meet 200th. It would be down near Kellogg's, the maker of Fruit Loops breakfast cereal. You get the point. Unlike Kellogg's, SpaceX is not profitable. Space exploration is just a tougher.
So he's comparing with its revenue. Is it actual just the revenue? I expect. And if you rank it by revenue, it's actually pretty low, and that's why the valuation is ridiculous. That's why it's doing this, because the valuation is simply too high. It shouldn't have been up here to begin with. But overall, dying is making it come back to reality now.
Business than breakfast. Last year, SpaceX posted a net loss of $4.94 billion. What makes this number remarkable is that Starlink actually generated $4.4 billion in operating profit. That means the rest of the business ate up more than $9 billion in a single year. Since its founding, SpaceX has accumulated over $37 billion in losses, more than any other company that has ever gone public in history. And there are no signs of the cash burn slowing down. Capital expenditure reached $20.7 billion last year, quintupling from 2023, driven by Starlink expansion, Starship development, and AI infrastructure spending. To fund all of this, the company is carrying $29 billion in debt, including a $20 billion bridge loan taken out in March 2026, 8 weeks ago. So when investors hand over $75 billion in this IPO, a meaningful portion of it may not be going to orbital data centers or a Mars colony. It goes straight back to the banks who lent SpaceX money 8 weeks ago. Now, to be fair, the company is growing. Revenue is up somewhere between 33 and 43% annually, which is genuinely impressive. But that growth is coming entirely from Starlink, not the AI business. And even that growth comes with a caveat. Starlink's average revenue per user has fallen by around 18% since 2023, as the company is discounting aggressively to juice its subscriber numbers before the IPO. Back in April 2018, Gwynne Shotwell, the president of SpaceX, stood on a TED stage and made the promise within a decade, she told.
The problem, this is what I was trying to, I actually spoke about this issue on Twitter as well, when talking about this company. The problem with depending on Starlink for your revenue is simply Ground 5 rockets are way cheaper and they perform way better. So just by the fiber optics existing, you gotta end up paying a lot. Like, you can't grow anymore because you can't get some of your customers to remote areas that actually need Starlink. You know, Starlink is basically more like if you're traveling a lot or something like this. But I'm just trying to explain why it's by niche than people give it credit for, and its market is probably going to shrink due to fiber optic being more common.
The audience, people would be taking 30-minute rocket trips from New York to Shanghai. These rockets would compete with long-haul airlines, making up to 10 flights per day. That decade expires in under 2 years now, which is not much time to figure out how to safely replace the jumbo jet with a reusable ballistic missile that requires passengers to withstand 3 Gs at takeoff. Now, if you were paying attention earlier, you may remember the phrase long-haul point-to-point terrestrial travel from the prospectus. Now
you have to think, what if satellite communication gets improved, like this or whatever? Well, the thing is, can it ever reach fiber optic requirements? Do you know what fiber optics actually? First of all, you know what kind of cable that is? Wait. Okay, media business. So basically fiber optic is, it's actually like a low glass tube. And you're sending beams of light through it. So basically you're competing against speed of light, a purified tube. I doubt that you're gonna go, I perform that with space satellites. Because the distance is just longer. It's more of a niche market for our applications. And how you move.
Is this product? It is still being pitched to investors as a future revenue stream. There's no sign of a commercial commuter rocket, and there are under 2 years left on the clock. In the list of yet to be realized business lines, there's a section on payment processing. Twitter, Elon Musk's everything app, has been talking about becoming a financial services platform for several years now. They've secured money transmitter licenses in a handful of US states, but they don't have a functioning payments product yet. So SpaceX is now partially in the business of filing paperwork with the Nevada Department of Business and Industry in pursuit of the dream of processing an $8 peer-to-peer payment on a rocket company's social media platform. SpaceX claims its total addressable market is $28.5 trillion. This is larger than the entire GDP of the United States and almost entirely built on businesses that do not yet exist.
So they're trying to estimate each section here. Let me make this pair. Maybe I should start a new window for stuff like this. So, I think I'd pull a picture like this and ask Rock to, analyze each of these sections. And basically, it confirms it expects more ad revenue from, Google and stuff like this. This is assuming it controls each of these markets. Part of this evaluation is trying to justify its valuation based on that. It's insane.
As the Financial Times Lex column noted, the market has never before had to price a stock this speculative at this size, which is probably worth keeping in mind. According to the prospectus, enterprise applications of AI make up to 80% of SpaceX's total addressable market. This means they expect large businesses to pay for Musk's AI tools to improve productivity. If you add in consumer AI, the total AI share of the claimed addressable market rises to 93%. So 93% of the company's value is Grok. Now, I want to be careful here because 80% of a $28.5 trillion market is an enormous number. So it's worth asking which enterprises are currently using Grok. And from what I can tell, the primary documented use cases for Grok are fact-checking tweets and generating non-consensual nude images that have resulted in regulatory investigations in Spain, France, and the UK, and at least one ongoing lawsuit, which is not exactly the enterprise productivity pitch that I was expecting. The filing effectively concedes that the enterprise AI market is dominated by OpenAI, Anthropic, and Google. SpaceX's own AI product, Grok, holds a market share of roughly 3.4%. According to Bloomberg, SpaceX's own engineers have been slow to adopt Grok for technical work because it underperforms rival tools. Last month, Musk himself said that the AI code would need to be rebuilt from scratch, shortly after he sold xAI to SpaceX for $250 billion. His solution to Grok's weakness in coding was to attempt to acquire Cursor, the tool his own engineers were actually using, for $60 billion, with a $10 billion break fee if the deal falls through. The company, whose AI product represents 93% of its claimed addressable market, has a flagship product its own engineers won't use and is spending $60 billion trying to buy a competitor so that they can get it to work. SpaceX's near-term AI revenue story rests substantially on a $15 billion a year deal to rent compute capacity to Anthropic, one of the very competitors whose existence proves that Grok is losing the AI race. So SpaceX is basically space CoreWeave. If SpaceX were genuinely going to be a dominant AI company, it would need that computing power that it owns for its own models. If Volkswagen were renting out all of its car factories, would anyone describe Volkswagen as still being in the car business? The more pressing problem is that this $15 billion a year contract, roughly 40% of projected near-term revenues, can be cancelled by Anthropic with 90 days' notice. SpaceX's entire AI business model at the moment is renting GPUs to a competitor on terms that can vanish in a fiscal quarter. If SpaceX's total addressable market is $28.5 trillion and 93% of it is AI, then by SpaceX's own logic, the leading AI companies must be worth vastly more than SpaceX. Anthropic's quarterly revenue is already roughly.
So he's going into each thing while discussing about each company and quite it to so much in that evaluation trying to defend it.
Double SpaceX's entire AI segment revenue. Both Anthropic and OpenAI are reportedly filing for IPOs at approximately $1 trillion valuations. And yet, SpaceX wants $1.75 trillion on the basis of a market its direct competitors are winning. Now, if you've been wondering exactly who is buying the Tesla Cybertruck, the SpaceX prospectus finally provides an answer. It turns out it was SpaceX. According to the filings, SpaceX purchased $650 million in goods from Tesla last year. This included $131 million spent on Cybertrucks, all at full retail price, no volume discount, which is notable given how hard Tesla has found them to sell. That works out at roughly 1,500 vehicles. At one point in the fourth quarter of 2025, SpaceX single-handedly accounted for 18% of all Cybertruck registrations in the United States. Using shareholder money from one company that you control to support the sales figures of another company you control right before both companies face major financial events is generally considered not ideal corporate governance. There is also a small accounting discrepancy worth mentioning. SpaceX reports buying roughly $650 million of goods from Tesla last year, and Tesla's own filings report selling $573 million of goods to SpaceX. So somewhere between Austin and Boca Chica, $77 million seems to have fallen off the back of a truck, presumably a Cybertruck. But a few thousand overpriced pickup trucks are the least of the related party concerns in this document. Antonia Gracias is a long-term Musk ally and sitting member of the SpaceX board of directors. He also runs a private investment firm called Valor Equity Partners. According to the IPO prospectus, SpaceX and xAI are carrying more than $20 billion in AI infrastructure lease obligations tied to agreements with entities connected to Valor. Some of these deals are structured as what accountants call failed sale leasebacks. Normally, in a sale leaseback, a company sells an asset to an investor, gets cash up front, and leases the asset back, removing it from the balance sheet. When the transaction fails to qualify as a genuine sale under accounting rules, the asset stays on the books, and the associated payment obligations get recorded as debt instead. The practical effect is that SpaceX is carrying billions in obligations to a firm run by one of its own board members on its balance sheet as debt. It's once again considered good practice to board members who don't have $20 billion worth of high-interest financial loans with the company they're supposed to be overseeing. But anyhow, back in 2016, Elon Musk used Tesla's shareholder money to acquire Solar City, a struggling solar company that he also chaired and partly owned. To help justify the deal, he staged a public demonstration of Solar City's solar roof tiles during the acquisition negotiations.
This really ticked me off. This needs to be dealt with, actually. I really hate that this happened.
The tiles were later found by a Delaware court to have been actually inoperable and far from ready to go to market. At the time of the demonstration, the court reviewed the entire transaction under its strictest standard of scrutiny, describing the process as deeply flawed, noted Musk's apparent inability to acknowledge his clear conflict of interest, and then found the deal entirely fair anyway, largely because 85% of the shareholders had approved it, and Tesla's stock subsequently went up. The judge declined to award Musk his legal costs, which is the Delaware Court of Chancery's version of a strongly worded letter. Musk later had a falling out with Delaware over his Tesla pay package and reincorporated in Texas. He has now completed a structurally similar acquisition, this time of XAI, in a state with far more lax securities rules. In Texas, to bring a derivative lawsuit.
I don't know if you knew this before, but now you know why the dashed Delaware so hard and moved to Texas. That's because he wanted to get away with his fraud.
Against SpaceX, a shareholder must own at least 3% of the company. At the current valuation, that's approximately $52 billion worth of stock. To win any lawsuit, they must prove not just a breach of fiduciary duty, but specifically fraud, intentional misconduct, or a knowing violation of law. A conflicted transaction, even one with no independent oversight whatsoever, does not meet that standard on its own. And if you wanted to go looking for the internal emails that might help you to prove fraud, as shareholders did so effectively in Delaware, Texas corporate law now explicitly excludes emails and text messages from shareholder document requests. When Tesla reincorporated in Texas, Governor Greg Abbott posted on Twitter to personally congratulate Musk and wish him well, which gives you a reasonable sense of the regulatory environment. The lesson that Musk appears to have drawn from Solar City is not don't do conflicted acquisitions, it's do them somewhere with friendlier courts. The clearest beneficiaries of this acquisition are not the SpaceX engineers trying to get to Mars, they're the venture capitalists and banks, including Morgan.
See what I mean? So basically what he's doing, and why I was uneasy with SpaceX to begin with, is this exact concept. Because of the Solar City mess, he's doing the same thing with SpaceX, acquiring Twitter, XAI. He's doing this consolidation for his own benefit to try to save his own debt.
And Stanley, who were at first stock holding billions in underwater debt from Musk's chaotic buyout of Twitter. Thanks to the XAI-SpaceX merger, those lenders have been made whole in SpaceX equity, conveniently timed just before the largest IPO in history. Now, historically, investment bankers won IPO mandates by demonstrating deep sector expertise, long-term advisory relationships, and a willingness to work extremely long hours. It used to be quite a dignified business. The first sign of slipping standards in investment banking came in 2007, when the Goldman Sachs bankers who were pitching for the Lululemon IPO mandate turned up to the meeting, led by David Solomon, also known as DJ Sol, dressed head to toe in Lululemon athleisure wear. I want to be clear here, this slip in standards may well have been the event that triggered the global financial crisis that year. DJ Sol, the bad boy of corporate finance, this time around, boasted to the press that he secured the lead left position on the largest IPO in history by having his staffers help him send Elon Musk a direct message on Twitter. Morgan Stanley, which had cultivated a Musk relationship for years through their star tech banker Michael Grimes, is listed as co-lead. Their name appears second in alphabetical order, directly after Goldman Sachs. Morgan Stanley was apparently so furious about this that they forced SpaceX to explicitly clarify in the term sheet that the listing is purely alphabetical. 23 banks have cramped their names onto the cover of this prospectus. The fees constitute the most lucrative Wall Street IPO payday ever. The only evidence of enterprise usage of Musk's Grok AI may well be the millions of dollars of licenses that Musk is forcing on his lead IPO banks. All of this brings us to the corporate governance structure of SpaceX, which is perhaps the most heavily fortified dictatorship ever brought to US public markets. The company will have a dual-class share structure. Regular investors will get Class A shares, which carry 1 vote, and Elon Musk gets Class B shares, which carry 10 votes each. While Musk only owns around 41% of SpaceX, he will control more than 85% of the votes, meaning that he can't ever be fired by shareholders. The company has also placed limits on how shareholders can file legal challenges. As SpaceX writes in the prospectus, this will limit or preclude your ability to influence corporate matters and the election of our directors. On top of that, because Elon Musk convinced NASDAQ to change their index inclusion methodology in order to win this listing, SpaceX will be fast-tracked for inclusion in the NASDAQ 100 index. This is a massive deal. The NASDAQ 100 is tracked by over $600 billion of passive investor money. By fast-tracking SpaceX into the index, countless pension funds and passive investors will become forced buyers of the stock almost immediately, long before there's any serious price discovery. And they'll own shares in a heavy
in your retail, imagine your they call it retirement account absorbing use up here on one that in retirement comes buying this. After your retirement comes done buying because there's no more hype to support it.
cash-burning company where they have no voting power and no meaningful ability to sue management. Musk has ensured that he will never lose his control over SpaceX. The filing reveals the creation of a new Class C non-voting stock. This exists so that SpaceX can acquire other companies in the future using.
I want to be clear, this is only for NASDAQ-based funds. If you concentrate on the SPY, which is what I heavily advocate for, which is a more general of the market. See, NASDAQ's this technology. But SPY or the Total World Market Fund, the ATI they told you about, they won't buy SpaceX for it. They're maintaining the strict requirements that you have to be in existence for a year before they consider you. That's another reason why I was heavily supporting that, by the way.
That stock without ever diluting Musk's voting power. And if he ever decides to step down, he can place his super voting shares into trusts, passing those super voting shares onto his children, ensuring dynastic control. Finally, we get to his compensation package. You've most likely read about how Musk is getting 1 billion performance-based restricted shares, and how these shares only vest when SpaceX establishes a permanent human colony on Mars and hits a $7.5 trillion market cap. SpaceX explicitly describes the achievement of these milestones in the prospectus as being improbable. To be clear, this is not a sudden burst of candor from management. It's instead a bit of an accounting trick. Under accounting rules, if the company admitted that it was probable that Musk would get these shares, they would have to expense the full value of the award, potentially hundreds of billions of dollars, on their income statement today. By categorizing the share grant as improbable, it gets booked at zero cost. But there's a trick. As law professor Ann Lipton points out, Musk doesn't actually need to achieve any of those hard-to-reach goals. He gets the utility of these shares immediately. He can vote them today, he can collect dividends on them today, and with the approval of a board that he entirely controls, he can pledge them as collateral for loans to get access to tax-free cash today. He gets all the benefits of owning the shares immediately based on a Mars colony that the company admits he will probably never build. Now, possibly the most extraordinary line in the entire prospectus is this. SpaceX renounced certain corporate opportunities that may be presented to Mr. Musk and certain of our directors and their respective affiliates. And such
That is real
persons may
gross,
have
by
no
the way.
duty
That's
to
why I
present
hate
such
this IPO.
opportunities to us. What this means is that nothing stops Elon Musk from setting up a separate private company tomorrow to pursue whatever the next big tech trend is, rather than doing it inside SpaceX, which, if you remember him claiming Tesla was an AI company and then immediately starting XAI as a separate competing private entity, is a fairly relevant risk. As Ann Lipton summarized it, public shareholders in SpaceX will have no votes that matter, no ability to sell at a fair price discovered through normal market mechanisms, and no ability to sue the company for wrongdoing. No votes, no sales, no suits. There's one technology at SpaceX that everything else depends on. Not the AI, not the satellite internet, not the Mars colony. One rocket, Starship, the largest rocket.
Yo, dog, I want to take my company public, but still act like it's private.
Ever built is supposed to be the key to everything. Cheaper launches, bigger Starlink satellites, orbital data centers, a city on Mars, the NASA contracts. Without Starship, the entire $1.75 trillion story falls apart entirely. Yesterday, Barron's wrote that the Starship launch was a bigger deal for SpaceX than the IPO filing itself. The latest version of the rocket was supposed to launch before the IPO filing, but that launch was postponed. It was then supposed to launch yesterday, the day after the filing. Nicki Minaj even turned up to watch. But there were technical difficulties. According to the news, they're going to try again today, so we'll have to see how that goes. The problem so far is that Starship hasn't yet worked. It's still in the rapid, unscheduled disassembly phase of its development. It is yet to carry any cargo to orbit other than the banana, so as Barron's rightly states, this launch is really going to matter. The entire investment thesis is built around Starship achieving what SpaceX themselves call an insane flight rate, hundreds of launches per year, each carrying 200 tons into orbit. Starlink version 3 satellites, which are supposed to provide 20 times the capacity of current models, are too large for the existing rockets and require Starship. The orbital data center concept requires Starship to launch 1 million satellites. The Mars colony requires Starship to work reliably enough to transport 1 million people who, I guess, want to go there. If Starship fails to deliver, if the flight rate is half of what is promised,
buy my 100x earnings stock that loses billions a year, because we're gonna have space and we're gonna have data centers in space and colonies on Mars, and we gotta mine off asteroids. That's why that's the core of SpaceX. Never mind that we're gonna lose billions on XAI and Twitter.
if the reliability is lower and if the costs are higher, the entire valuation collapses. The $1.75 trillion number assumes Starship works exactly as advertised.
Pay no
on
attention to
schedule,
the man
with no
behind the
technical
curtain.
setbacks. History suggests that rockets rarely work exactly as advertised. So the company claiming to be worth $1.75 trillion is depending on a rocket that is yet to figure out how to land without exploding, which is a risk. Now, IPO prospectuses are required to tell investors specifically what the company will do with their money. This is called the use of proceeds. A piece by Cape Fear Advisors points out how hard you have to dig, including through the footnotes, to grasp the full picture of SpaceX's use of proceeds. The IPO is expected to raise between $50 and $75 billion. When you add up all of the commitments buried in the document, the company needs approximately $235 billion over the next few.
Simple hyperbole, by the way, in disclosure. Disciples. Hey! Buy our shares, buy our stock, so we don't go bankrupt. Please! We lost $4 billion last year. We have all these loans. Please buy our stock.
Years, between 3 and 5 times the IPO proceeds. What this means is that the IPO is not the end of fundraising, it's just the beginning. Matt Levine summed up how investors should think about this vibes-based investment in his Money Stuff newsletter. He writes, if you're buying SpaceX stock to tell Elon Musk what to do, you should stop. If you're buying SpaceX stock because you want exposure to the space AI business, but you have your doubts about current management, you should stop. If you're buying SpaceX stock because you like Elon Musk and want to go along for the ride with him, yes, that's correct. That's the investment thesis here. If later you're disillusioned with Elon Musk, if you feel that you were misled that he didn't do the stuff he promised to do, well, that's kind of his whole thing. If you found this video interesting, you should watch this video on private credit next. Don't forget to check out our sponsor Saley using the link in the video description, and see you in the next video. Bye. When a company decides to go public, they're required by the business, but do the stuff he promised to do, well,
Dang, it's now down 4%. I wish I looked up right. I did because I was looking to short it, but I just didn't have to play with the fund. Buying, even though I knew it was gonna go down, buying a put for $5,000 is still a steep ass. But you basically doubled your money. Since I was trying to, I was actually thinking about hitting enter on that. It's about $5,000. It's probably worth about $10,000 now, with it going down like this. Sure, no problem. I'm willing to do this every day as I trade. I'm almost to my goal by like very time now. 100. And thank you for joining me. You too. we go, we met her though. I think si Pangon follow direction manito. Hey, Mata. I love you. Okay. Bonsai Sumadoko. So that's them. The reason then. The reason then. I'll change the lights off. Because there's a tower thing going on. Let's see if I have to plug in once a lot again. It should be near like 12 or 16. I don't know. But it's one to 0, so that again. So send that again. Yeah, it's buying linked. He's on linked. Let me see some. So if I turn this way, this way will it properly reset me? Let's try this. Oh, it's applied. Little bit. Okay. Then I'm going to talk thing. So I did the daily. So that's good. So we want to do this too. see how good my teams are now to go to 102 on lot 25. Okay, so we lot 5, modern. Guess I can change this one. And I'm open to Leon, and to be honest, I will just do our elite, be safe. And do that. Because even if it's single turret, it should be good on both. We plant nothing. Become plants instead of forest because they're plants. She's like, I have the power of plant on my side. We shall extinguish everything with our plants. Listening to service. Yeah, well, since it's doing that on oil, I'm actually try to punch a couple more treats. Why not? I might focus on gaming you. I am that like low solo There's a lot of contracts. So the thing with Yolan is it's like a buffer and a healer. She's really good and she's A5, so she's cool. Wow, that was quick. I mean, you were trained. So this is the parley tool pistol. Clear. So it's the same weekends. Same thing. It's the same thing. It's great. I'm gonna see if I can silent until we are focusing on this. Maybe click dates of work. That's muted. Now the sound should be broadcasting. Silence. Yes, this works on the mixer. Oh yeah, recovery. The last 2 minutes or so. Let's go. Um, Oh yeah, the Zillar Head is OP. As I max the Sundown, so that makes her extremely OP. Even though she's technically not AoE, it doesn't matter. Like the boss she is. mga next and secondary club this way. I think we close them. Can I add all the next? With the seven? Why is rotting Taiwan and playing so weird? You know, it's pushing a target. Tell keep eyes of the show doing what the show do anyways. this has some out elements, but I'll just leave it and just see if they can. And once it fail, like... She's up here. She doesn't care if she's off bound. Let's tell the reset. I like Genzia's cost to reset and play a little bit more. And hiding side to the Amendaku. I'm gonna try one more transaction. Let's see if it can. But yeah, one more. I know one more trade. I should have enough time to close it. Let's see, I get 6 minutes. Well, things went down a little bit. Yeah. I didn't realize lost increasing that. My execute on that. The heavier the place, the exhalation spread. Let's see. How long can this team idle for? kidding me? The Adam with the latest talent? Let's look at. I didn't even use. I used two fire. To be fair, as weekends watermelons it. And many happens. Doesn't tissue. Let's see if. Let's see if some rest again. Oh, she's a. Oh no, it's the dream. So this should be 13 now, cause yeah, mine. It's a sample. Okay, I want to show you something. Since I'm still streaming, let's show you what a 14 manual looks like. Because I actually I killed the ads off stream. That does funny. Hopefully I can do it again. Let's see if I can do it again. Do it take a while? So the idea is not to hit the boss like the tail. There's a little bit of lock and ball because your DPS can't do it. You know that you looked like it was unnecessary. It helps give them end speed. And there's a lot of successive attacks. I'm just gonna basic attack bad here. I'm gonna basic attack a bad here. The thing is, brace up for them, I'm just gonna go for it because it cancels out their attack. And then I can do this. Oh, wait. But the future ones I should be able to stagger the breaks. But the first one you can't really stagger them. You just can't pull it. So she'll heal? Because hopefully doesn't. Let's hope they to actually allow her to buy special. I should be allowed to special after she hits, see. Well, that helps a little bit. Elections less roots, veteran P. Special or all or whatever it's called in this game. I really wish this spot was a for them. Hey. No. I think I'm gonna save her special for when the boss actually gets broken. does it break the pause? I thought the boss would be popping going on. That's sweet! Just see the special tours. This will give you an idea of how insane these three really are. The spanning. Well, the idea is to do one special attack and I'm gonna do hers to try it out instead of the future ones. Next time I'll wait. I'm gonna let the boss do one attack and then I'll at least her special. So the idea here is I'm hoping the attacks plus the healing will allow her NP. That's it. So now you see how insane this spam king did. Oh, that breaks blank. I'm just gonna basic deck this one down. Or reverse. Though every little helps. The always all their nose is actually doing damage. So when the boss attacks, I'm gonna do this and try to deny it. I'm gonna try to deny the second attack. Which I successfully did. So, actually, so to be able to put stuff like this off, timing is very important. I didn't realize I would kill him. I think I'm just gonna deal with breaking 2 instead of 1. Yeah, this breaks 2. Cause you gotta keep on the brakes, fam. Ideally, you'll break them singly, but I got that race off. That, yeah, see this, hit the secretary, that, break it down. Actually, it's special here and there. I'll get this way. And this is how you get really spammy with a team like this. Ooh, they're very young. They team up very well. Just put their win. I don't know if I was you or Emplor. I'm running on Billy Puddings. I'd rather attack you. But then the thing is, if I used to, I'm feeling that I won't be able to pull this off. Planning carefully does matter. 続ける。ここで決めるわよ。年明けからいい調子。気持ちを新たに。昨日の調子で。いや、まだ戦えると思う。痛いのは嫌だよね。30 plus because since the boss picks up, you know, special. Now if I can avoid it, if this breaks too, I'm gonna avoid using that. Yeah, it breaks too, I don't wanna do it. But I have no choice but to basic attack something. Does this break one or two? Okay, only breaks one. I use this. Lost healing raise Matoka's MP up enough. That doesn't. That's a half to die. I'm not sure. Maybe. I have to use her special now because he might get an additional turn, and it's very easy for her to get a quick additional turn. The last time I did this, I got around 900,000. See if I can beat that streaming. Oh, look it, they're almost dead. And the ads. The ads are mad. Ads are getting mad. The ads are getting mad. Almost dead. The ads are getting mad. Come get mad. Look how mad the ads are. They're really mad now. I'm gonna take the double break. Because it's almost over. You killed one. Oh, no one died. Oh! We killed the ants! Uh-oh! A third died! Uh-oh! Oh, the boss is really getting mad. Look all his buffs. The boss is really pissed off now. Uh-oh! Look out! They're really pissing her off. Look at those buffs. Oh, it's really mad. Oh, it didn't kill me. Surprising. Yay, I got about 900,000. That's above 900,000! Blake Scouter. See, you got mad, you make it when you kill all the ads. It's like my friends are gone. I'm gonna be really mad and kill your team. Look at 902,000. 17% left. It's all for 900,000. Let's go it. It's over 900,000. No. It's over 900,000. Hello. Hello. Mission Medokas. We should skip the rest. I just want to show what manual run looked like on that. Because I actually saw it when I pulled it off. and I just want to kill all the ads because it's funny. But okay. And now we're just skipping the rest. But yeah, that's all the money show. I'm very happy how much I made today, and I am, wait past my goal. I'm like 20%. 20% past my goal, so that's nice. Now I'll read you out, and I'll try and make clips of everything. Cause yesterday I didn't get to make clips as I was trying to get this computer ready. Since the computer's ready now, maybe I can have a little time to make all those clips. Okay, thank you for joining me. And thank you for joining me to all those bad ads and making the body very, very angry.
Hey man, this real. They hate it when you.
The boss really hates when you kill its ads.
Hate it when you
like
do
this. Like this. This is me too.
Oh look! They're really mad now.
They're really mad now. The boss is really mad because I killed ads. Yeah. We made the boss too really mad. Wait, wasn't that Serene too?
Yeah, they're all gonna pretend to be.
Hang on. Okay. Who's that? Oh yeah. Dang. Lower. Time. Lower. Oh. But I have to read it out now. Ray browser. Yeah, let's go say hi to a kitty. We gotta say hi to Tsubumo. Wanna say hi to Kitty? You wanna say hi to students? Say hi to key friend of mine? Yeah, we say hi to the chief. So that lets me hit the button. We'll just say hi to Kitty. So have fun with her. Thank you. Bye bye. Peace out.
Hello, Mama.